Good morning. For those of you joining us online, we'll be preparing to start the meeting shortly. People are going to. Technically, we have.
Of the County Board of Supervisors, I'd like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Supervisor Koenig,
Here.
DeSerpa,
Present.
Cummings,
Here.
with Supervisors Martinez absent and Hernandez currently absent.
All right. I'd like to ask the CEO if there's any late additions or deletions to the agenda.
No corrections today.
Okay. With that, is there any board member who'd like to dedicate today's moment of silence? Okay, seeing none, let's just take a general moment of silence.
I'd like to ask the CEO if there's any late additions to the agenda, deletions to the consent agenda and regular agendas. None? We will now move to public comment. Any items not on the agenda or consent agenda?
Yeah, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. It's, what is it, June 4th? Not as much law enforcement in here as I was expecting. Always kind of baffles me when you stand outside these government buildings and you've got a US and a California flag without the gold maritime pirate fringe. Now, this is part of our Constitution, Article 4, Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in the Union a Republican form of government and shall protect each of them from against invasion and application of the legislator or the executive when the executive cannot be convened against domestic violence. So, you know, I may not have been here for all of the meeting yesterday, but I listened to some of the stuff in the afternoon, and then I re-listened to it in the evening. I thought it was quite interesting where three of you, Mr. Koenig and Mr. Cummins and Mr. Serpa, were in disagreement about the core funding on number 25. And then a debacle was kind of uncovered where the unelected, internationally controlled murder puppet official, Mr. Carlos Palacios, said, hey, we've already signed all these contracts and these things have to go through. So I'm really seeing so much fraud in this room, and it's really quite challenging. But I want to thank you guys for the dialogue that you did attempt to have, and that at least some people are paying attention even though they're not in the room. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Wiltshire, and I am here this morning as a community member. I am also the former Parks Commissioner for District 2, and I also work at County Park Friends, which is the nonprofit partner to the County Parks Department. I have a prior commitment later, and so I wanted to speak today about how the fact everyone loves our parks. Each time people have a chance to tell me they love their parks. They vote over and over for measures that feature parks, and they show up and take surveys and focus groups, and they advocate for the places they love. I like to think of it as potentially a friendly front porch for government. People have overwhelmingly positive associations with their coach, their teacher, their swim instructor, or maintenance person who they met at a local park. County Park Friends is aligned with the Parks Department when we agree that parks must serve all, and we have an extremely long list of potential facility improvements, of which we hear from you about as well. Whether it's better lighting systems or a new park or a sports field, you get calls from your constituency every day, and we do too. We are ready to take on more projects for our community. We have a system and a partnership that leverages what the public parks can do in the department and what we as a nonprofit can do to bring in grants and private donations. The biggest barrier that we run into is the capacity at parks. We are held back sometimes by the limitations of the number of potential staffing positions they can fill, even when we have resources that can help fund capital campaigns or help families pay for swim lessons. I know budget time is never fun. I just want to say I really appreciate the support you have for parks. The benefit for the community is a fantastic return on investment. Thank you.
Laura Chatham here. I spoke yesterday about the difference in starting pay for a sheriff deputy trainee with nothing more than a high school diploma can make tops at $11,000 a month. That's more, a whole lot more than a senior mental health compliance specialist, one with a master's or PhD and 2 years experience who can make $9,000 a month. I asked you to reconsider our priorities. I mentioned that some folks might say that the trainee has a more dangerous job, but these sometimes very young, just out of high school deputies, once trained, carry guns. Mental health care workers do not carry guns to defend themselves. When the Santa Cruz police beat up a friend of mine who is clearly trans woman, they took her bus and that she was living in. So now she's living in a tent. She called me for help. You can be sure she did not call the sheriff for help, and she never will. I'm here on the second day of budget hearings again to ask you to stop hiring more law enforcement with guns at too high a price and start paying a living wage for our healthcare workers at all levels, including those who take care of people in their homes for starvation wages and often at some risk to themselves, that the sheriff's department only sometimes hears about. Last year, we were asking for a 24/7 walk-in shelter. Yesterday, we heard from folks at Behavioral Health Department saying there's no step down for our county's continuum of care. People are let out of 5150 or the jail with no place to go. Maybe it's time for that 21/7 walk-in shelter. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi there. Thank you for your service and for the opportunity to voice my opinion as a community member. My name is Jill Shetler-Suskind. I live in District 3. I'm a parent, a preschool teacher, former public health program director, and homeowner who's lived in Santa Cruz since the late 80s. Through my volunteer work with our local chapter of Showing Up for Racial Justice, or SURGE, I'm concerned about economic and racial justice inequities in our county. I believe that real, meaning effective, ethical, cost-effective, and sustainable community safety comes from preventing crises with funding for community care, early intervention in health, housing, mental health, and substance use disorder treatment, not further funding ineffective, archaic systems that rely on punishment and isolation. I've had family members who were incarcerated who were only finally helped by community-based drug treatment, mental health, and community support services. The sheriff and probation department's budgets increase annually despite decreases in the number of people in our jails. Juvenile hall is budgeted to receive over $9.3 million to incarcerate an average of just 9 youth. The budget for juvenile hall has doubled in the past 5 years despite decreasing numbers of youth. You could reduce juvenile hall spending by 20% without compromising services to youth. In fact, the adjustment would help us invest more in health and community care for youth and their families. Even the shortest stays for youth result in harmful consequences for their health and well-being and our communities for a lifetime. With unprecedented state and federal cuts to essential human services and the proof that incarceration does not keep us safe, now is the time to carve a new path for our county. You have the authority to direct general funds away from policing and jails and to close downsize facilities that are oversized for our county's needs and into meeting the basic needs of our community that provide health, well-being, and safety for all of us over the long term. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Becky Steinbrunner. I live in rural Aptos in County Service Area 48, County Fire. You are the de facto board of directors for County Fire Department. Why is County Fire on the consent agenda? Again, I ask that you pull item 22 from the consent agenda so that we can have a proper discussion about our county's fire protection budget. I did look online and I see nowhere in there where the amount of the Prop 172 public safety statewide sales tax money that is passed through County Fire gets zero of it, but it's used as a pass-through account to go to the County Fire Chiefs Association, 0.5%. Why isn't money from Prop 172 going to fund county fire? It's all going to the sheriff. That's not right. Other counties do it differently, and we can too, and we should. I see no explanation of Prop 172, and I am concerned that on page 75 of your packet, it shows that County Fire is to increase CSA 48 firefighter staffing to CAL FIRE standards. That's what CSA 48 voters were promised in 2020 with the second fire tax. What's going on? Where is the accountability? In the staff report, it shows it's a $13 million plus budget, but 0 full-time employees. I believe that we do have a chief. How do we justify that there is a negative for the of $1.4 million in the 2025-2026 revenues minus expenses? Please pull this item and have staff come up and explain it. Thank you.
Is there any public comment online?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Charlie, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Hi, this is Charlie Edie Consultants, and I'm here on behalf of the homeowners associations at Pajaro Dunes. I just wanted to comment on the CSA 4 budget, and I would like to express appreciation on behalf of the Pajaro Dunes homeowners for the time that Michael Beaton and Chief Wilson and others spent with us, with our Community Affairs Committee, going over the budget details. As you know, this has been a transition year with the new assessment conceived of and passed by the property owners at Pajaro Dunes. And so we have now the 3-person staff for the trucks. And we're really happy about that. And again, just want to express appreciation for CAL FIRE and your administrative staff for the time they spent with us to make sure that our budget numbers were well understood within our community. Thank you.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now move to number 5, County Budget Manager budget presentations, and then do a consent right after that, immediately after that.
Before we begin, I want to just ask through the chair if you might be able to move item number 9 to later in the, it's not item 9. Probation's presentation to later in the agenda. I know that Supervisor Martinez had a graduation, and she's probably gonna be arriving late if we get through this quickly enough. I'm just concerned that if she's not here for that item, that she might not be able to weigh in. So maybe we can leave it where it is for now and move it if she's not here, but I just want to make sure that you were aware of that.
That'll work, yes. Yeah. But we'll move on to number 5 right now for the budget presentation, and then we'll move to consent, and if any board members want to remove anything. But
all right. Good morning, Chair. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Marcus Pimentel, your County Budget Manager. I'm here today with Lana Martinez-Davis, a Senior Administrative Analyst. It's a title that doesn't really speak to the quality that she brings to this county as far as a behind-the-scenes budget expertise. She's been really integral, and you haven't seen her a lot. You've seen her a few times. She's been really integral in keeping our budget process going to manage a $1.2 billion budget with just a few folks who are definitely in the place of developing the budget. It's a lot of work, so she's been instrumental, including helping prepare the content for today's presentation and yesterday's presentation. Just want to provide some opening comments. These are going to be, you're going to have a little deja vu from yesterday. Our intent is to repeat some of the context because we're talking to stakeholders and partners who maybe weren't present yesterday, and those who might be watching online later today or sometime later next year. Just provide a little bit of context about the county's budget and what we've been facing. Following our opening comments, will be available for questions, available for any quick public comments, and then certainly come back to the board to continue action on the consent agenda and the regular agenda items. As we've been saying throughout this budget season on our third budget hearing day, and we are in a place of facing very dire, concerning headwinds that have led to a reduced budget, a budget that none of us would have preferred to present today. in this week, in this period to the board and our community, one that's targeting some major reductions in health services agency and limiting our ability to invest in other places throughout the county. Were it not for the federal actions and policy changes and the federal proposed budget, the federal tax act that is proposing to reduce massive cuts to Medicaid and Medi-Cal that will trickle down to the state, and those will trickle down to us, all resulting in a likely scenario where we're back to this board in October with our first budget amendments of the 25-26 budget of reductions to the budget, and how we're going to manage that as we get direct losses of funding and the state pass through losses of funding due to federal actions. So we're in a place of concern and grave disappointment. And it's been a rough season, but I appreciate all the county leaders. I appreciate this board's leadership. I appreciate our leadership in this office, Carlos Palacios, Nicole Coburn, Elisa Benson, Melody Sereno. Everybody's been coming together with all of our departments to try to manage through this process and stay calm and keep producing quality content. And we'll be back next Tuesday for more actions on the budget. What we're going to be reviewing today is the continuation of our third day of budget hearings. Following our opening comments, you'll have your consent agenda items that include many of the public safety and land use departments. And then you'll have presentations from a few of the departments, including the sheriff coroner, probation, parks and community services, parks, open space and cultural services, and community development and infrastructure. And we'll be finishing with the board's conceptual direction on Measure Q administration. The presentation on Measure Q will be asking the board to consider proposals in concept, and then we'll come back next Tuesday for final action. As I said before, we're not for the federal policy actions. We would be presenting a different budget. We would be talking about our strategic investments that this board wants to do, and that we as staff and the community have been angling ourselves through our strategic plan and our operational plan objectives. But from the reductions already in healthcare funding, from the impact on the economy and its projections for next year, from the impact on federal policy changes that are going to reduce funding, all these things are creating a lot of uncertainty and risks that we are unable to navigate through, leading to a proposed budget that with supplemental changes, we're now recommending a budget of $1.23 billion countywide. Of that, $799 million is our general fund. Our general fund is generally a place where we have a little bit more flexibility on how we spend our resources, but as you'll see, that flexibility gets really reduced by 75% when we talk about our general fund contribution and district sales tax contributions. On the whole, our budget is $65 million less than the adopted budget last year in our general fund, and $170 million less across the entire county. Some of that variation is capital projects that we'll be adding back to the budget when we adopt, but we are in the space of a reduced budget and reducing staffing complement. Across the entire county staffing level, we are proposing to eliminate a net 74.4 positions in health services, to eliminate 2 positions in child services. Those are all largely due to state direct funding or state formula funding in our reimbursements. We're proposing to add 1 position in the Board of Supervisors that is a net 0. It's an addition for budgetary purposes, but we expect that position to stay, to be absorbed in other ways next year. The sheriff coroner is adding 1 position to fully expand and operate the DNA lab that we're really excited about, that will provide a lot more efficiencies and some revenue generation possibilities. And with the supplemental budget that staff released and presented to the board, and the supplemental elements that are included in each of the department budget items, there's 8 positions being added, 6 for bringing in-house the former recycling services by Gray Bears, bringing that into the county's public works departments, and 2 positions being added to the planning department, building permit technicians, based on a study that this board and direction that this board provided earlier this year. When I talked about our general fund at nearly $800 million, and I was, effectively a big chunk of that is already restricted for purposes when you're thinking of our health services and Medicare funding and how it limits the limitations on that, or our need to fund operations and public safety that are not revenue generating. We ended up with about $245 million of available flexible spending across the entire county that has been allocated, and we refer to it as our general fund contribution, and a component of that, our sales tax contribution. Together, that's where our flexible funding is. And most of that funding has gone to supporting departments who are not revenue generating or revenue neutral. You think again of all of our public safety departments who receive the bulk of our funding, and you'll hear about those today. And yesterday you heard about our health departments that receive about $25 million in total funding, somewhere around 6 to 10% of their budget. And I'll turn the rest of the slide over for an overview of what's to come today to Lana.
Good morning, board. I'll be reviewing the public safety and justice overview. As you heard from Marcus, probation and sheriff coroner will be on regular agenda, with the remaining on the consent agenda. So the public safety and justice government area contains about 230 million in appropriations, with the majority of those contained in the general fund, with the majority being the sheriff coroner. When it comes to general fund contribution, there's 129 million that goes to this government group, again, with the majority going to the sheriff coroner. And as Marcus mentioned, there's just one position being added to support the DNA lab in the sheriff coroner's department. The other departments have a status quo position count this year, but in total, there's 672 FTE in this area. Moving on to land use, on the regular agenda will be parks, open space and cultural services, community development and infrastructure, and then that conceptual Measure Q administration budget. So 299 million is contained in the land use government area, with the large majority going to community development and infrastructure. This is sort of the opposite of public safety, and that the majority of these appropriations reside outside of the general fund, mainly in the public works division of community development and infrastructure. And here's how the general fund contribution spread looks in this area. It contains $23.5 million. I'll note that the community development and infrastructure general fund contribution is a little atypical. It's common for, or often common for, the planning department to be largely general fund funded, but there's 4 million, as you know, being invested in public works this year, which is, there's typically some general fund contributions to specific projects, but this is a wider investment in public works this year. And then, as you mentioned, the funding for this area is status quo, besides the 8 positions added in supplemental, with about 447 FTE. And then lastly is this conceptual Measure Q administration budget. I'll leave the details mainly to the regular agenda item, but this will be asked to be approved in concept and then added to the last day budget items.
So with that, we're available now for questions, and then move to continue today with the consent agenda items and then the regular agenda items. And then we'll continue the budget hearings on Tuesday for our last day actions, which there will be considerable, including Measure Q and direction on the health services and alternatives. With that, we're done and available for questions.
So I'd like to see if there's anyone from the public who would like to comment on this item.
Thank you, Becky Steinbrunner. Thank you for the summary. Yesterday, Chair Hernandez, you said you wished that this could be presented in South County. It used to be. Every budget time, there used to be evening presentations of this, both here and in Watsonville, and that's all gone. So I would like to see that brought back to provide equity throughout our county of this information. What I don't see, and I thought about it later yesterday, what I'm not hearing talked about at all is the county's unfunded pension liability. In past budget reports, that was a huge issue and a lot of money that our county has on the table to pay down and don't have the money for. Why is it not being discussed at all here in these budget presentations? Thank you.
I just wanted to comment on the what I believe she said from the general fund, that the sheriff's budget comes from the general fund and that you have discretion over that. So I noticed that if you pay a sheriff deputy trainee $11,000 a month, you could just not hire 4 of those people. And at $11,000 a month is like for a kid out of high school, $131,000 a year for a kid out of high school. Okay, if you just didn't hire 4 of those people, the HR department had, was trying to hire, and if 4 of those people weren't hired, you could pay for MHCAN. Thank you so much for considering this.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, supervisors and everyone. My name is Susan Cohen. I'm a community member and a member of Surge Santa Cruz County. I just kept what I heard in that short presentation was the majority going to the sheriff department. And others have said this, people were saying this yesterday. We all know that there are so many, you're facing very difficult budget decisions, even more than other years. And we also know that you have choices. Several of you mentioned thinking about how we can look at other resources in the community to help fill the gaps. But first, it would make sense that we start with the funds over which you do have control, and those are, again, the general funds. Have you noticed that we are spending so much on punishment? And please remember, public health is public safety. And that sounds like a nice slogan, but we have to remember that. It's perplexing to learn that year after year, the department that includes the sheriff and jails and probation that are funded predominantly by the general fund, those departments are allocated increasing amounts of money, despite the facts that there have been less need for the size of these departments, these buildings, these services. It could be much smaller financial burden on the county if we didn't use our jails as mental health facilities. And something I heard the previous sheriff say and the current sheriff say, that they don't want to be a mental health facility. It just doesn't make sense that we are taking the mental health resources away, but they have more of those resources, but we have to cut the resource. It's one of those help me make it make sense. And I have more to say, but I have 4 seconds. So thank you all for your service and for really considering what people have said about mental health in our county and safety.
Yeah, Nicholas Whitehead. I agree with the 2 previous speakers. The mental health field is something that needs to be maintained. And I hope in maintaining it, you don't try to slash these citizen initiatives like MHCAN, Mental Health Clients Action Network. I've only visited there a few times, but I've seen really good work going on down there. I've seen people who are falling apart being repaired. Now it's true, the people who are doing this are not professionals. It's a peer-run organization. And it provides a unique atmosphere in which people can do creative things psychologically and in the arts and crafts and entertainment even. I've seen people do performances in there. It was a home. It was a home for people who don't have a home. Please don't hurt those people and don't hurt those who are trying to help those people.
Good morning. My name is Danette Lawrence. I'm the board chairwoman of Mental Health Client Action Network here in Santa Cruz, the only peer-run and supported peer-run mental health organization we have here in Santa Cruz. I think it's very scary for our community of underserved population to consider that out of the funding that we have in Santa Cruz County, there will be no county funding potentially for MHCAN. I'm imploring you to reconsider that because there is money. I know that we want our streets to be safe, and we want to have people come into our community and spend their dollars here because it's a beautiful place. But as we know, mental health is not an on or an off situation. Mental health is a spectrum, and we've all probably had mental health concerns in our lives or know people that have had that. And so I would request that you reconsider and put county funding in place for Mental Health Client Action Network. We need to have our building funded. We need to have support by our community for people that are underserved. They get showers, they get to do their laundry, they get to come in for a hot meal, they get to be around people that are like them. And the world, as we know, is more and more terrifying as we go. We need safe streets, and we need everyone to feel like they have a place. So I would ask that we have potentially city funding as well as county funding that stays in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online?
See no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board for any questions, comments. This is a non-action item, and so
Okay. I'm just wondering if staff maybe will follow up on the question that Ms. Steinbrenner brought up about unfunded pension liabilities.
Yeah, we were proud this year to share on our and publish on our online site a new section that we call our debt overview that goes into extensive detail about all of our pension costs and unfunded liabilities, including a lot of the efforts that this county has taken to reduce those costs. We're starting to see a trend downward. The growth is slowing, so we aren't decreasing costs, but the growth is slowing, which is a good sign. A lot of that's come out of the reform led by this county that we locked the system over a decade ago. And so all the new employees who've been coming to the county are in a lower benefited system that's more sustainable. And so those costs are starting to come down. More than half of the county is now in that lower cost system. So we are starting to see good trends. And that, if you recall the forecast chart that we keep talking about, where by 2030, we'll start having our projections show us start to be in a more sustainable spot by that. That's largely driven by the downward trend of the growth to the point where we'll start seeing cost reductions by the 2030s. This is a longward trend. The pension system has been largely, unfortunately, influenced as well by stock market losses and the underperformance by CalPERS. CalPERS, part of the pension system, they have an investment group that takes all of the contributions for agencies like us and all the cities, and they hold that cash and they invest that cash, and they expect an annual rate of return of 7.5% to 6.35% or 6.75%. They've often missed that mark. And when they underperform, as they often have done, that increases our cost to the system. So we're really being impacted now by the underperformance in the pension side versus the cost of the plan itself. So that's been unfortunate over this last decade.
And what was the name of that site?
It's our debt overview section. It's within the budget. If you go to debt overview, there's an extensive discussion about our pension obligations, the downward trend in the costs, and the underperformance in the pension investment side.
Thank you.
Yep.
So really quick too, she also mentioned about the South County evening meetings. It goes before my tenure, because in my 2 years we haven't had South County budget meetings. But I think in terms of being inclusive, I think it probably would be a good idea. And for the people that work, the 8 to 5, 7 to 5 crowd, evening would probably be a good meeting for folks to attend, especially in South County. I think in the future budget, we'd like to see that.
Sure, save my commute.
Thank you.
Chair Hernandez, just to give you a little background, we used to do that for many years, held evening budget hearings here and in Watsonville. And the board, after a number of years of really lack of attendance, in fact, in Watsonville, there was really only 1 or 2 people showing up, and the whole board go down and hold a hearing. And so the board at that time chose not to renew them, but we can certainly look at that for next year. If the board wants to do that, we can certainly consider it once again. But really, that's the only reason it was canceled. Is really people were not showing up or not coming to the meetings. So.
So this is not an action item, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Would any board member like to remove any items on the consent? Seeing none. We made public comment, which is a weird order that we have, but that's the way it is. So I'll bring it back to the board, see if anyone would like to entertain a motion.
I'll move consent.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and Supervisor DeSerpa. With the second, if we could take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
Cummings? And Hernandez?
Aye, motion passes unanimously. What's your EPA? Okay. We'll now move to public safety. Item number 7, consider approval of the proposed 2025-2026 budget for the Sheriff Coroner's Office, including any supplemental materials, and take all related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the county CEO. Yeah, we'll do it after this.
Well, good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Chris Clark, Sheriff Coroner. It's our pleasure to provide you a presentation for our 25-26 proposed budget. As you know, our mission. Slides. Oh, got it. Thank you. Perfect. As you know, our mission is to ensure public safety in the county. We accomplish this through open communication and collaboration with our community, as well as continuous professional development of staff to address crime and promote innovative corrections solutions. A little bit about the structure of our office. Below me is my Undersheriff Jake Ainsworth, my fiscal manager Monica Rocha, Dan Freitas is our law chief, our law enforcement chief, and Brian Cleveland, our chief of corrections. In terms of the services we provide to the county, 4 major areas: operations, which is largely our law enforcement bureau, which encompasses patrol, investigations, community services, our civil division, coroner investigations, abandoned vehicle abatement. Within corrections is all of our jail facilities, main jail, Blaine Street, Roundtree, and encompasses the medical support of all 4 of those, as well as behavioral mental health services, food services, and inmate programs. In our admin bureau, it's our fiscal division, which encompasses records, warrants, personnel and payroll, recruiting and hiring, professional standards and conduct, and our public information officer. And then finally, court security, which basically ensures the security of our courthouses. Just to give you a little bit of background in terms of what you're getting for your money in terms of the crime rate within the unincorporated county, as you can see, based on the statistics over the last year, our crime rate in the unincorporated county has been 1/3 the state average in both violent and property crime as compared to the state of California. In terms of just 2 pieces of legislation, it's always of interest in terms of kind of what does the trend look like when it comes to our crime rate based on the implementation of AB 109 and Prop 47. As you can see, our crime rate within the unincorporated county has decreased following both of these state mandates down to where it is currently at 9.8 reported crimes per 1,000 people. Another indicator of crime is what does our homicide rate look like within the unincorporated county? And for us, sometimes we hear the good old days, the 70s and 80s, and as you can see, just the number of homicides that occurred during that time period to what they are today, and a number of years where we had none. So with that, I'll turn it over to my fiscal manager, Monica Rocha, who can go over more details with regards to our budget.
Good morning, Board. As you can see, can you hear me? As I was saying, good morning. As you can see, our request for the 25-26 fiscal year comes to $74.5 million in general funds, and it includes one FTE. Our revenues are largely composed of intergovernmental fund and some charges for services, taxes, licenses. Our significant revenue drivers are on the operations side, CSA 38. We have a few grants through BSEC, Prop 172 funding, law enforcement services, and cost recovery. On our corrections side, you'll see AB 109 also grants, Prop 72, and our CalAIM mandate. On our expenditure side, that's largely driven by our salaries and benefits, which are pre-negotiated COLA increases for bargaining units, as well as some services and supplies, fixed assets, and some interfund transfers. Our cost drivers on the operations side are, as I said before, negotiated salary and benefit increases. We have some equipment that needs to be replaced, MDCs for our patrol vehicles. We have some fixed assets that we need to keep up with replacement on. ISD charges and safety equipment. On a correction side, again, negotiated salary and benefit increases, our sobering center contract, food services contract, medical and mental health services for incarcerated persons, and other associated costs. In terms of our funded positions for years staffing, you'll see a 20-year history which shows some peaks and valleys. We are requesting an increase of 1 FTE in this fiscal year that will add a sheriff's property and evidence supervisor for our DNA lab that comes at a no net county cost that will be funded by our DNA trust. And we're also requesting to extend 1 FTE limited term coroner investigator through June 30th, 2026. We have had some challenges during the year recruiting and hiring. We have experienced a limited pool of interested qualifying candidates, and we have staff on long-term leaves. We have undertaken a variety of different strategies to try to enhance our recruitment and retention, such as incentives for our deputies and correctional officers, job fairs, social media posts, employee referrals, competitive salaries and benefits, as well as, and most importantly, promoting and fostering a positive work environment and culture within our department.
Good morning, board. Regarding state funding, state and federal funding, we remain aware of some of the federal uncertainties that come along with identifying as a sanctuary jurisdiction. The Sheriff's Office continues to monitor these developments to ensure that we've prepared for any type of physical, financial impacts that come from this. We have 2 major grant programs right now that are both funded by the feds. The first one, the RSAT grant, which is a key component to our efforts to support rehabilitation and recidivism for our female population. We also have the Santa Cruz County Comprehensive School Safety Program, which is a vital program that ensures safety for both our students and our school personnel. We acknowledge the potential of these the potential for fluctuating support from the federal and state levels, and we'll continue to monitor these things to minimize any type of financial impact from it. Some of our emerging issues, 3 in particular, the SB or the unfunded mandates, specifically to SB 43, Care Court, Proposition 36, and the court security staffing. To highlight this, it's about a $2.5 million unfunded mandate yearly. The federal grant funding, as I talked about a little bit with the sanctuary jurisdictions. To highlight this a little bit, we recently received UOSI funding for a $350,000 bomb robot. Concerned about the federal reimbursement for this, we decided to pass on this to ensure that the county doesn't accrue any type of financial impact from that. Increased services and contract costs, the forensic pathologist, which was a new contract that we signed this last year, the sobering center, jail medical and behavioral health services, and jail food.
In terms of different projects, board, there's a few things that we're looking at doing. One is crediting our DNA lab, as you've heard before. This lab is, frankly, it's a game changer with regards to just leveling the playing field with regards to providing equity to victims of all crime, which is absolutely important. Second is our radio replacement project. We're doing that in partnership with ISD, which is great. It moves basically our entire radio system into where it should be in terms of the modern era, where we're working on an analog system now, and it's really, really difficult to communicate. So this radio project will bring us up to where we need to be as far as that's concerned. In terms of NCCHC accreditation for correctional facilities, this is also a major project that brings us to where it's best practice with regards to the correctional or the medical and mental health care of our folks that are incarcerated, which is where we absolutely want to be. CalAIM implementation is something we are working through, as you've heard before, as well as upgrading the software to our civil division to make it compliant with AB 2791. And then lastly, looking at redesigning and frankly remodeling our main jail locker room, which has significant plumbing and other issues. Staff are sharing lockers. It's pretty abhorrent. So those are a handful of projects we look towards in the future. And with that, we would look to your board to approve our budget for our office with revenues of 39 million, expenses of 114 total, general fund contribution of 74 million, and staffing 358 funded full-time employees. With that, that'll conclude our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. First, I'd like to see if there's anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this item.
Yeah, good morning. My name is still James Ewing Whitman. I don't know if I have any general comments about what was explained. That seemed like it was explained quite well. It's the things that haven't been explained. And listening to this dialogue, I mean, I think it's great that you are going to upgrade your analog equipment to digital, but I certainly hope you don't throw that equipment away because it may turn out to be more important than you think. You know, I'm joking and I'm not joking. I'm curious how Palantir software plays a role in Santa Cruz County, because it certainly is seeming to be used all throughout the United States. I think the current puppet president, CEO, has put 500 billion into the artificial intelligence software. You know, I have a sticker on my truck that's like 24 years old. Artificial intelligence is no match for natural stupidity. But who trained the artificial intelligence? So, I mean, I have some concerns. During the first Trump presidency, I think there was $2.7 trillion put into the frequency weapons. And I can't tell you exactly the design that's on top of the sheriff's building, but I know some things about it. And I do know that there's so many deceptive things going on. If I were to be given 15 to 45 minutes to talk about how law enforcement has been replaced by the frequency weapons and the streetlights, I would be able to do that. So we are all in this together. And if there's anything I've learned from the 5 criminal justice classes I've taken, is that socially, the citizens have kind of looked the other way and they're not doing their part to look out for what's going on and really just practice basic family values. And there's a huge burden put on law enforcement. So there's the citizens causing the issue, but Santa Cruz County is a corporation and you guys are the enforcers for a for-profit corporation. And you guys are really being you were given a lot of responsibility that you wish you didn't have. Well, that's enough for now. Thank you.
Good morning. I have a few thoughts about logical spending on public safety. And
if you could speak closer to the microphone. Thank you.
Yeah. So I wanted to speak about the budget, and we see that a very large portion of the general fund is going towards the sheriff's department. And we also heard about these really devastating cuts to health services yesterday and heard from a lot of community members who are deeply concerned about it. And I could tell all of you were as well. And I'd like to suggest that those cuts will have impacts on public safety. And it would make sense to make some cuts in the sheriff's department in order to fund those, because they're cheaper and very effective and would be better for the community as a whole to really prevent some of these crises from happening in the first place. Thank you.
Me again. Well, you know, I just heard 358 full-time equivalent positions for the sheriff's department and 73 cuts to the behavioral health department. 73 people cut from mental health that make mostly way less money. 74.5 million in general funds. The 0.5 million for MHCAN that really does you guys a big favor, takes care of a lot of people. helps a lot of people, so you don't have to be called. It's a rounding error. If you guys could just cut 4 positions, we could help you so much more. If you could refund some of these behavioral health positions. Thank you again for your attention and caring.
Hi again, Nat Lawrence. I come from a family of civil servants, so I want to thank you for your service first and foremost. One thing I'm curious about, I don't know this SNAP care. What is this? Could you explain what that is to me in a synopsis?
Well,
11 point.
This is public comment. They won't answer questions.
Okay, you won't answer questions. It's $11.3 million. I'll look into that myself, but I do think what some of the other people have stated, that if we can keep MHCAN open, it will help you do your job and create safer streets. You guys have quite a budget. $74 million is quite a budget. And if we shaved off a slight portion of that to help keep the streets safer, I'd love to see some kind of alignment between the county, the city, and our local jurisdiction to help keep our streets safer. And I know that there is a way to do that. So again, I implore you to consider county and city funding for MHCAN. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody online? Oh, sorry.
Hi, I just wanted to say again that as part of studying and taking action on some of the racial and economic inequities in our county through showing up for racial justice, I did visit the county jail. I had a chance to speak with Dan Freitas and some of the staff. And I know that the contracts for the mental and behavioral health services are huge and obviously keep increasing. And that most of those services are drug medication related and not counseling related or therapy related or things that are effective over the long term. And I just wanted to put a plug in again for catching people earlier before they are incarcerated, early intervention, prevention, all those kind of things that help. So again, not spending the money through these contracts and spending them outside in the community where they can really make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Leslie, your microphone's now available.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. My name is Leslie Potenzo. I'm a small business owner and I live in District 1. I'm speaking with you today to ask that as a community and with you as leaders, we begin to right-size our budget away from incarceration and policing and towards an investment in prevention. Reorienting our budget to prevention strategies will lead to better outcomes for all our communities and a sustainable budget. The sheriff reports that our jail is the largest mental health facility in the county. A jail is absolutely not the right place for someone suffering with a mental illness. And often these folks and others in the jail remain there simply because there are absolutely no beds for them to go to. So that tells me that everything is completely interconnected. We really have an opportunity to change that cycle. And I also want to lift up the work of the Public Defender's Office. The early representation, holistic defense, and wraparound services they provide do reduce recidivism and support the reentry process. We must and can do better. We must remember that public health is public safety. Thank you.
We have no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to the board for any comments, questions. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Sheriff Clark, Under Sheriff Ainsworth, Manager Rocha. Maybe you can start by just commenting a little bit on, you went quickly through the staffing level slide and kind of where we are today and give us some historical context on that. I mean, as you mentioned, there's been a lot of fluctuations. My understanding is that some of the hiring incentives we've put in place have actually really helped to fully staff the department and address issues with, just kind of chronic overtime pay and mandatory overtime for a lot of positions. Could you just kind of provide some context on that?
Yeah, our office has been, especially on the corrections side of things, been under mandatory overtime since I've been here, nearly, with staff working upwards of 6 days a week at times. And so through different creative hiring strategies that we've worked with the personnel department on, we've been able to use those strategies, like, for example, our hiring incentive program. And while to some that may look like, okay, we're going to give somebody a signing bonus of, say, $25,000, in reality, the savings in the backfill of the position, the training costs, and everything to get somebody that's fully trained, there's a return on investment there. And so that goes with operations and corrections. And so I'm proud to say that we are getting closer to being fully staffed on the corrections side of things. We have a number of people in training, which is it does still provide a vacancy there in that position because these folks they're not operating on their own yet. On the operations side of things, we're getting closer to being fully staffed there, but it's medical leaves and other issues that are kind of driving our staffing related picture. So we do have, it's a physical job. We have people that get hurt. It takes time to recoup. And so that kind of lends itself, although on paper, it looks like we're closer to fully staffed. It's based on those issues that kind of drive where we are in terms of just our employee strength.
Got it. And then maybe you could talk a little bit about how you view the inevitable trade-offs that this board is going to have to consider as far as funding for your department and for our public safety network of public safety here and mental health. I mean, and first I'll comment, since we've got the district attorney in the room and our public defender was here earlier and just approved both their budgets. But I mean, I will say, I think that our county, through your various departments, does a really good job of trying to make the justice system as compassionate as possible. I mean, programs like neighborhood courts and with the district attorney's office, just the way that everyone in your department approaches their work with, I mean, even for example, with the care alert system that we recently launched, right? Making sure that folks suffering from mental health that law enforcement knows about that ahead of time and can approach those people with compassion and avoid triggers. To, of course, everything that the public defender's office is doing, really to use the fact that someone's in the justice system, that we have such a high touch opportunity with them to connect them with as many services as possible. So all that said, I mean, yes, and you guys, while not the largest department in terms of budget, receive the largest share of the general fund, and that's partially just because there's not other sources to contribute to the department or other intergovernmental revenues paying for things. So just maybe you could talk a little bit about how you see this trade-off. I mean, I know that deputies don't love don't love having to be the first line of defense as far as helping people with mental health issues, right? And
that's right. Yeah, and just to speak on, your board has a tough decision when it comes to funding different departments, and I'm empathetic to all the concerns that you've heard. You've got a passionate group of government employees that love coming to work to do the job, to be able to help people here in the county, and our sheriff's office is no different. We run a number of programs to put ourselves in front of where we need to be with providing the best service we can. That includes our focused intervention team, who goes out daily with this partner with clinicians to be able to do, if it's a remote telehealth work, to get people to appointments to reduce the recidivism and get folks healthy. That's just one program. Our sobering center is another, getting people directly connected to Janus related services to hopefully prevent this cycle of incarceration, to prevent folks from coming back into custody. We've got our fentanyl response team. As your board is aware, back in 2023, we were twice the per capita death rate when it came to drug deaths in this county, as opposed to like Santa Clara County with 1.8 million people. We had twice the per capita rate here. We launched our fentanyl crisis response team, who goes out daily, again, looking to combat the influx of fentanyl coming into our community. We're not talking about, arresting folks, supplementing a habit, because that's the only place they can turn. But we're focused on high-level drug dealing to be able to decrease the amount of the volume of fentanyl coming into the county. And I can say that we've had a lot of success on all of those fronts. And so those are just a number of programs that we have done to try to prevent, folks from coming into custody, while at the same time trying to create safer communities.
All right, thanks. I know you've talked about the well, what is it? Half of the folks who are currently incarcerated on some kind of medication for to treat a mental health issue or addiction issue. And you talked about the need to create some kind of mental health wing. Where are we with that, and how does that look different from the facility today?
Yeah, the facility that we have is aging. It was designed in 1970 around a population that just doesn't exist. We're seeing far more folks coming into custody pre-trial, arrested, awaiting trial, who are suffering from significant mental health related issues and substance use disorder. As you mentioned, 78% of our population is on some form of medication. Half that population is on some form of mental health related medication. 37% of our population as of yesterday suffer from some form of chronic medical condition. 92 are on medicated assisted treatment. I could go on and on. 10 on methadone, 17 folks detoxing, 9 folks on a forced medicated order, 12 folks that are in competent stand trial, 10 seniors, and 10 that we're accommodating some form of disability. It's an incredible population, as you can go through those numbers to figure out how do we provide the best care for them. We look at this not from a sake of like warehousing people, but how do we provide the best care to get them healthy, to get them through to whatever place they need to be. If it's released, then releasing them healthier than when they came in. And so that's a focus of mine as your sheriff, in terms of looking at how do we look at incarcerated mental health care differently. This isn't a conversation about building a bigger jail. This isn't a conversation about how many more people can we keep. This is about what can we do better in terms of providing the best level of care to the folks that we have to care for while they're in our custody, and that's a cost driver, obviously, in doing that.
So are there opportunities in the short term that you see to improve the way we provide mental health care and for people who are incarcerated?
Absolutely. We're moving to the NCCHC standard, as I mentioned. That's like best practice with regards to medical mental health treatment. We're doing that in partnership with NAFCare, which is our medical mental health provider. We're also using Janus. And then we're looking at piloting a mental health wing within the jail as it is right now, looking at, how do we reorganize our population? Sometimes I know there's comments sometimes about we have X number of empty beds. Well, based on the classification of folks and their inability to get along with other people or being able to safely care for them, they have to be separated. So while we could have like a 2-person cell, we may only be able to keep 1 person in that cell. But what we're looking at doing is creating some space to get into that work now, to pilot a mental health unit in custody, to be able to see how do we move forward in that direction while we're waiting for either existing space or building something to be able to better clinically treat that group of folks.
Okay, thank you. And then, member of the public asked about care court implementation, and of course, SB 43 implementation at the beginning of 2026. How has implementing care court already impacted the department? How do you see SB 43?
It hasn't yet, but it very well could. In looking at, if somebody's held on some sort of 5150 hold with some sort of crime attached to it, what that could be, that obviously is something we would be looking to see what would be the impact of that.
Great, thank you.
Go back to the slide that has some of the federal grants that you guys are looking at or have.
Yeah, and Chair Hernandez, maybe I'll let Jake or my Undersheriff Ainsworth touch on some of that.
So these grant programs, that's second one. So that brings in the services with Janus, or it trains officers to do that work there?
In regards to the RSAT grant?
Yes, RSAT.
So the RSAT grant is broken up to a couple different parts. We actually give back partial time of 3 sheriff's office employees, but those funds are spread amongst other groups to include Friends Outside, the GEMA program, Janus, Walnut Street, and other community-based organizations.
Okay, thank you. So is there any other federal grants that are available or state that are like having to do with rehabilitation services, maybe funding mental health workers, or behavioral health training, anything that's available like that, that exists, that maybe we can go after?
We have applied for some and we have utilized it. I believe 2 fiscal cycles ago, we received a grant to provide mental health training to officers. And most recently in the last fiscal cycle, we had a grant that was going to provide funding for medication assisted treatment as well as client but there was a mental health client specialist, I believe. And there was an issue with recruiting. I don't think we were able to successfully fill the position. And so we weren't able to complete that aspect of it, but we did utilize the funding available for medication assisted treatment. So we are constantly, continuously looking through different grant opportunities, evaluating them for feasibility. It's important for us to ensure that the ask is something that we can deliver on and that it's sustainable.
Thank you. If there's no further comments or questions, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain the motion.
Wait,
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I just want to align myself with Supervisor Koenig and some of the questions and comments that he had, because I do think that, historically Santa Cruz County has done a lot to try to be more progressive and look at ways to keep people from, well, one, to reduce recidivism, and also look at early intervention methods. And it's reflective in the many programs that have been mentioned today: neighborhood courts, the FIT team, mental health liaisons that go with officers, the 24/7 mental health crisis response program that the community has been very supportive of and that we've been, able to launch. We're able to see how that can help with some of this early intervention. And so my hope is that we can continue to support these programs. And I know, based on my visits to the jail, that, there's a very low population of people within our jails. Our jails are not bursting at the seams, which reflects our commitment to trying to not keep people in our jails and trying to figure out how can we minimize the population within our jails. And I think that really reflects the efforts of the Sheriff's Department to try to work towards, how can we improve the lives of people and not have them, in our jails, and not just going after everyone around and trying to keep our jails as full as possible. And so I just want to, honor the efforts that you all have made in trying to, be a model for public safety for not just our community, but for our nation. The one thing I did want to, and I also want to thank you all for working closely with my office. I mean, there's been a number of issues that have come up. I mean, whether it's Lane Street or in-person contact visits, that we've been able to just, support you all in those efforts. And thank you for being responsive to us. And I think the one thing in this budget that I'm hoping we can continue working on and hopefully have implemented by the end of this year is the Community Service Center in Davenport. I know that's outlined in the budget. It's something that the folks up there really want to see. We've been reaching out to folks to talk to them about volunteer opportunities, and it sounds like there's some interest in that. And so I'm hoping we can continue to partner to make that come to fruition by the end of the year.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this report today. I started my career here in Santa Cruz County about 27 years ago. I worked for child welfare and worked right alongside the Sheriff's Department doing sex crimes investigations with Todd Liberty and Robin Mitchell and others. So, I have also served in hospitals across this county and in Monterey County. And so I've actually had the opportunity to see how different jurisdiction works. And bar none, Santa Cruz County has an unbelievable Sheriff's Department. The programs that you put in, the way you listen to the community, your community service officers or school resource officers that you place on the campuses are specially picked and trained and are hugely important. Your community service officers that you put in the community to respond to community needs is very special and doesn't happen in other jurisdictions. So I have a couple of questions, and I just want to say too, I think there's another medical group that we used to have here called, was it WellPath? So I worked with them also in Monterey County and was not at all impressed with the level of care they were providing, negligent in some cases. Um, so so I'm happy that we're using a different group. And when I toured the jail recently, I was gratified to see that seemed like the level of care there was better. Can you talk a little bit about the realignment, like how, like the prisoners, inmates that are coming from this Penn State penitentiaries back to communities, and what that means in terms of us taking care of more people potentially in the jails?
And so two things can exist with AB 109. It's, it's housing people potentially longer than a year, which a jail is intended to do. That's should be more than 365 days. AB 109 changed that. So we do have a population of folks that are with us on those type of sentences. For us, it's not. I wouldn't say that's the largest driver of our population, but yeah, we do see that, and AB 109 did turn jails into de facto prisons, which, I mean, there's a whole slew of things that go along with keeping folks in custody for longer periods of time that we ultimately that we're mandated to do.
So do they typically come back from the state just for like less than a year, like at the end of their sentences, or no?
No, ma'am, not typically, unless they're here for some sort of resentencing or something like that. It's a court process, but in essence, they're sentenced locally to 2 to 3 years of local detention, aside from being sent off to state prison.
Okay.
And then they're coming, and once they do that, they are released.
That's what I wanted to ask a question about our DNA labs that are, I mean, it's very, very impressive. And I look forward to hopefully the help that we can give other counties around us and the revenue potentially that it might bring. When can we expect certification of that lab?
Within the next 3 years. It's to be able to, we've got to do a number of things. Hiring staff was the first step. Well, the first step was building out the space, which we had a great partnership with General Services on that. They did a fantastic job helping us get the space built out. There was acquiring the equipment, there was hiring the staff, and then getting the equipment calibrated, and ultimately getting all of our standard operating procedures up to speed to the level the FBI mandates for us to be able to interact with their system. DNA labs are extremely, losing thought of the word, but it's just not something that the FBI will just let you get involved in. It takes a lot of preparation, takes a lot of procedures. It takes making sure that everything's running the way that it should before we're fully accredited. I would expect that within the next 3 years.
Okay, and this next question, maybe this isn't the right space to ask it, but I'll just start the conversation. So in terms of SB 43, so we have people in jail, obviously you've described them and I've seen them and I have known many of them that are there due to crimes they've committed, likely because they're not able to modulate their behavior and they're dangerous potentially, right? Are those people who are currently sitting in jail, would they be candidates to go somewhere else once the other facilities are built out statewide?
Statewide, yes and no. So I would say the first step is getting them basically to a point where they're, we see folks that are severely decompensated out in the community. So it's getting them stable at the very beginning. And that's where, as I've mentioned before, like having a more clinical medical mental health unit would help in that regard, being able to provide that clinical treatment to be able to get folks stable enough so that they can navigate through the system. These are people that take a series of weeks of medical intervention to be able to get them to a point where they can actually speak and apply for their own defense in essence. So it's getting that population stable.
Okay, we'll have, I guess, further conversations about that later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your good work.
So with that, I will look to my right to entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Serpent and a second from Supervisor Koenig. We can take a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Aye. DeSerpa?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Hernandez?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. with Supervisor Martinez absent.
Yeah, through the chair. I know that Supervisor Martinez wanted to be here for the probation budget, so I'm going to ask if we can move that item to 10.1.
That's item 8, over to 10.1.
You can just take the items out of order.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Okay, you don't need to amend the.
Okay.
So you could just do the parks and open item number 9 right now.
Okay, so we'll move item 8 and then we'll move to number 9. Consider approval of proposed 2025-2026 budget for parks, open space, and cultural services, including all some supplemental materials, and take all related actions as outlined in the reference budget documents and as recommended by the CEO.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez, fellow board members, Jeff Gaffney, Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Services, and to my right, Deputy Director Rebecca Hurley. I like to think of this as the exciting time for budgets when we do parks and open spaces, and we get to talk about some great things that are going on. And we do have some moments here during our budget presentation where we do have some concerns, but overall, we'd like to believe that as the world around us seems to be doing unique and different things, that we can provide a great and safe space and respite for people. And we're the equalizer in times when people who have less or don't have places to go, they can come and be a safe space we can provide that safe space for them. Today, we're going to go over our mission, how we're organized, budget overview, fiscal and staffing details. We're going to talk about some of the emergent issues, as I just mentioned, some of the risks at the federal and state level, and we'll go over some questions. Talk about our mission a little bit. I think this is really more about our framework around our mission. It's providing the safe, well-designed to maintain parks and a variety of recreational cultural opportunities for our diverse community. But over the last 10 years, we've been working on developing a really robust strategic plan with an update in 2023. And that, as I said, is really the framework for how we operate and the day-to-day vision that we have for the organization, which we'll get into in just a second. And in that update we did in 2023, we added equity, a very important aspect that we had left out until that time. And as I mentioned, the vision, this is kind of like our on the ground, how we get things done, reminder to everybody. And I think that it's really great to have that available to people on the ground so they can see it, understand it, and be connected to what our purposes are. And I'll talk about some of the services we provide. Just to remind you that obviously administration is what really helps us get things done. A lot of people forget that. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and we couldn't do it without them. Maintenance and facilities are probably those folks you see in uniform and out there doing on the ground work all the time. They're amazing people who've been asked to do more and more over the last decade. And we'll talk about how those services are provided a little bit later and what the staffing levels are. Arts and cultural, always great to be able to provide a beautiful opportunity for people to appreciate our community in different ways. Everybody appreciates art in a different manner. And of course, our cultural services. Recreation and aquatics, can't say enough about, again, the last couple of years, the bounce back from COVID, the number of programming activities and really free programs for underserved communities, things we've done in the last couple of years, especially, and just a really robust, amazing group of people. And we're really fortunate that we get to provide these services to our community. Planning and development, all those extra dollars that get thrown our way at times to do projects. That's when I walk into somebody's cubicle and say, hey, we got a project, we got to get this done. And without hesitation, excited to always do that. And we have a great team that really steps up and is always trying to move us forward in a strategic manner, but ready to set all things aside and really get the projects done. And our community operations, our community opportunities, and then of course our volunteers, our outreach, our education. Actually sitting next to me right now is one of our volunteers from way back in the day. I know there was a conversation about 1990 or something along that. It was earlier. I'm not sure when you were a volunteer, but a prime example of how volunteers can really resonate within the community and provide true resilience for us.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Chair Hernandez. Good morning, fellow board members. I'm very thankful to be saying good morning and not good afternoon. And thank you, Jeff, for commenting on the time frame. I too am older than most of the county's infrastructure. I am fortunate enough that I'm going to go over some of the achievements that the Parks Department has had over the past year. Some of you may have attended back in early May. We celebrated our 2025 Artist of the Year, Janet Johns, a dancer and choreographer. Year round, we've continued to offer an amazing amount of recreation programs throughout the county, really expanding that, as Jeff already noted. Something to especially highlight with that is that we recently opened our outdoor education facility up at Quail Hollow Ranch, so we'll be able to expand that kind of programming up there. And then this summer with aquatics, we are also offering the most amount of participant placements in our junior guard and little guard program. So that is not only accommodating members of the community that want to participate in that program, but it also brings in a good amount of revenue for the department. Finally, highlighting some of the partnerships that we have. We've opened with the opening of the annex out in the plaza. You may have noticed we have Skills of Life, which is a cafe that supports individuals with needs who can kind of build on their career development. And then as well, we continue to offer the Cultural Grant Program, which helps the department distribute almost $500,000 a year to agencies throughout the county, small grants to large grants to the MAW, Arts Council, and then some of the smaller agencies, including Black Surf Club, Pajaro Valley Pride, and San Lorenzo Valley Youth Council. Some other achievements that I noted yesterday is some of our projects. So completion of the new renovated playground at Floral County Park, had the ribbon cutting for the new restroom at Hidden Beach County Park. We're also really enhancing the amount of projects that we are doing for natural resource management. We're updating the habitat management plan for the monarch butterflies at Moran currently. We are also working with the Resource Conservation District on developing a natural resource management plan for the outdoor space at Anna Jean Cummings Park. And then in the picture, you'll see we've already started the maintenance around restoration of Freedom Lake. This is removal of the invasive species above the high mean water line. So, and then just as a shout out to our park maintenance staff, we continue to ask them to help us on these kind of bigger projects outside of the daily endeavors that they have to do. So this past year, they really helped us with some athletic field renovations. And this is just a picture of one that they chose to do on their own at Bromer Street Park. Finally, something that we always like to talk about is our remarkable volunteer program led by Margaret Ingram, who, fortunate for her, but unfortunately for us, will be retiring this year. But I am glad to say that we have offered the position and they have accepted to an internal candidate. But you'll see in this past year, we've had over 1,000 volunteers on the books, over almost 12,000 hours of volunteers, and then almost $500,000 worth of service work that equates to for those hours.
Okay, let's get into some numbers. Some of the expenses that we're going to be looking at, $485,000 in utilities. That's up from just over 1 million. So think about that. That's a 50% increase in utilities. Talk about property and liability. I think everybody's heard about how much that's going up. For us in particular, vegetation management, years of neglect and us not managing for vegetation and some of the concerns around that has caught up to us, and we're going to need to invest heavily into our vegetation management program. And then as you can see, ISD and GSD have increased their services. That's just the cost of doing business. I did want to touch on the extra help staffing. You see that here in the next slide. I'll explain that, but as you are probably well aware, as we do programming activities and maintenance, we can easily increase extra help staffing because of the amount of revenue we bring in. We bring in a significant amount more revenue actually from our programs and activities and events than this is increased fees here. So just again, touching on that in this next slide, as you can see, just with some of our rental offerings, we're actually adding like pickleball, we're adding some pickleball in San Lorenzo Valley. We're going to try to add some other places in the county. We're also adding picnic areas that are reservable, our expanded aquatics programming, expanded junior guards programs. So just in that alone, and then also some of the other reimbursements we're getting. For example, we're finally getting reimbursed for the work we're doing at the Live Oak Library Annex adjacent to our Simpkins Community Center. And then one last thing that we're doing is in light of our vegetation management programs and our natural resource management bend, we are going to be taking back responsibility for the forest management around the DA Poreth sanitation facility at Lode Street. And so that's recognizing the revenues that have been going into that facility for the years previous when we weren't managing it. And then, as you may have seen, the grant revenues, that's really just money that we put into the budget and take back out, rebudget it back. We use that. That's the actual operational dollars from the grants that we use versus the project dollars that are used for some of the infrastructure. So there's actually an additional just a little bit more than $2 million in grants outside of this that we'll be using for projects. So just reflecting that back in the entire budget itself, you can see it shows revenues are down and expenses are down. That's actually that grant money I just explained. And then the addition of the district sales tax. So we went from 1 million to 2 million in our operating dollars from Measure K in particular, which gets our general fund contribution down to about 6.6 million. So we're about 37% of the parks budget is on general fund. The rest of it's all non-general fund. And then the other contributions you see there are a number of restricted funds that we'll keep available for different projects we do throughout the year, and just the status quo with 55 FTEs.
And we just wanted to show this slide kind of as another thanks to our staff, our park staff, our program staff. This really shows the amount of park acres that the public has in use and how that's grown, especially over the past 5 years. In the past 5 years, we've increased by almost over 50 acres. That's with the new South County Park, some small additions to Hidden Beach County Park, as well as Polo Grounds, and then the addition of the Pace Family Wilderness with the connection trail that's being constructed from Quail Hollow Ranch. So not only with the increase in park acreage, but we also have multiple amenities that we're very beneficial, or we're very thankful that we receive from this board, as well as your predecessors, through discretionary funds or Measure K funds to put in, as Jeff pointed out, new pickleball courts, we put in new restrooms, all of those amenities. They ask our staff to do more, right? So I just want to genuinely thank the staff that we have for continuing to work hard every day as we continue to grow as a department and for the public use.
I just wanted to add to this slide a couple of things. First of all, it might be confusing a little bit, but the acres shown here are actually acres that we're maintaining. So that's like acres that have developed projects, bathrooms, playgrounds, that sort of thing. Another thing I wanted to point out in light of what CEO Palacios had said early in his remarks yesterday, as you can see in this graph, there was a time when the Parks Department was dissolved and we hit a low point for staffing. We hit a low point in a lot of ways for the Parks Department. This has been a very carefully constructed, I know there were public comments as well, trajectory to get to where we are. We've spent a lot of thought, time, and energy on strategizing how and where we can be, and the very specific duties that people do. And I do know, I commented earlier, the amount of work, for example, that our maintenance staff are being asked to do now is significant. It's definitely a lot more than they were asked to do before, regardless of what you look at here. Actually, there was at one point 70 FTEs in the department, but we have to be thoughtful about how we add those positions. And we obviously, during these really difficult times and decision making, adding positions is a very difficult thing to consider. So I feel proud and very, very comfortable with how we've gotten to where we are, and future decisions can be talked about. But I also thought it would be important for the new supervisors to really see how carefully constructed this department has been over the last 10 years and how much time and energy we put into bringing ourselves back to a place where we were almost 16 years ago. And so I don't know, there might be questions about this later on. I just thought it was a really good graphic. Again, we have about 1,700 acres, and this is only the developed acres.
So the next couple of slides, the next 2 slides, we'll talk about some of our upcoming projects. I also spoke about these at the capital projects presentation briefly yesterday. But it is exciting to move forward with the next phase of restoration of Freedom Lake. That's doing the water and biotic studies to see what kind of remediation we need to do beneath the mean water line. We'll also be moving forward with trying to get final plans for the new renovated water slide at Simpkins Family Swim Center. Ideally, we'll get those final plans very soon. And then the plan is to actually utilize the JOC process for procurement. So hopefully it'll go very fast. I'm not going to give a deadline of when that will happen, but my fingers crossed is it's very soon. We're also continuing to work on the grant funded sea level rise vulnerability feasibility study for the 3 coastal lagoons across East Cliff Drive. And then we'll be putting in the inclusive signage at the North Coast locations along where the county maintains access to the beach on the North Coast. Finally, we'll also be continuing to work with County Park Friends on the generous donation from the Novak Foundation for the installation of the new skate park facility at Pinot Lake County Park. Working on Miller property improvements, which means kind of revitalizing what was a very overgrown parking lot and making it accessible to the public again, and then also putting in a new loop trail. And then in South County, working with District 4 and County Park Friends again on doing fundraising for some renovations at Mesa Village County Park, as well as working on a master plan for the South County Park. In the long term, that'll be a year or so. But then right now, literally, they're working on the interim amenities to open up that park to the public, planning for probably mid-July right now.
Great. Thank you. So we did say there were going to be a few things that are going to impact parks as it is every agency, it seems like this year. Obviously, reduced funding, especially for our schools and school adjacent programming, is going to lead to cuts in affordable programs and limiting our people's access or children's access to sports and after school activities and the community events that those families rely on, and which we also currently provide. And as the grant funding starts to diminish and scholarships start to go away, free programming could be reduced, and that'll just disproportionately affect low-income families and residents who depend on these services for recreation, education, and sometimes just their basic wellness. So with this potential loss in funding at Health and Human Services, we may need to cut some of our programs, or there may be cuts in programs all across the board. And that affects everybody's physical activity, their nutrition, and their well-being, as we mentioned. I also wanted to point out a very, very specific and direct cut to county parks, the AmeriCorps program. I'm pretty sure everybody here may have seen or interacted with them over the last 7 years. We've been able to sponsor at least 1 to 2 teams and sometimes 3 teams a year for anywhere between 7 to 12 weeks, oftentimes 12 to 15 adults who have concentrated their efforts in restoration, climate resilient projects, community benefit projects, done a lot of vegetation management for us. You can see pictures of them here. And it's just a really, really sad thing to see that program go, especially to watch young adults grow and learn and work together. It's obviously a group of diverse members from all different states coming to California to learn about programming activities in our communities. Just really sad that program got cut. And we still haven't figured out how to replace the benefits they provided. Some of the emerging issues for us, wanted to talk about, as we mentioned, the vegetation management and increased liability around that. We're definitely going to be we already added more money into this budget. That's going to be a larger and larger cost for us and a larger liability for us as we continue to figure out how to manage those impacts. Obviously, everybody knows the impacts from climate change, and that's right in the middle of our parks. Increased cost of utilities, as we mentioned, 50% increase for us. That's our revenues are keeping up right now. We're able to kind of hold it off, but I don't know that they're going to keep up. We're going to try to continue to develop new programming. And one of the big things we're going to do in our operations plan is develop up to 10% of our parks to reduce the water usage. We're going to develop areas, pollinator gardens, hardscape, different areas, obviously called greenscaping. So we're hoping that'll kind of turn the corner for us around the utility costs going up so much. The discussion around the need to increase Measure F, as you've heard from us over the last 10 years, we've added 7 new parks. Now, when I say new parks, we didn't add the actual acreage. We added facilities. We built out parks that we had. We've added restrooms. We've added facilities that need maintenance. We've added new playgrounds. That was just a small drop in the bucket for the amount of deferred maintenance that we have for many, many more years to come. So Measure F was actually passed in 2014. I believe it was close to almost 80% of the voters approved it. It was an $8.50 parcel tax. We need to seriously look at this and where we are today as far as $8.50 for the unincorporated parcels. That goes directly to parks. And so we'll be looking at that and figuring out is that an option for us. Again, talked about the direct impacts of climate change, and then Measure Q implementation. We'll be hearing about that later today. There's a lot of to do around that still, a lot of work, a lot of to be determined kind of things. So looking forward to working with OR3 and the CEO's office on that one. So as you heard me earlier, revenues of 8.3, expenses of about 18 million, with a general fund contribution of about 6.6 million, and then the additional district sales tax of 2 million. So I don't know if you have any questions, but we'd love to have them if you have them.
Thank you for the presentation. First, I'll take it out to the public to see if anyone would like to address us on this item.
Hello, Board of Supervisors, and thank you so much for your service and for all you do. My name is Mariah Roberts, Executive Director of County Park Friends, a nonprofit partner to this fabulous department. And we're just really here to voice that support and to reiterate the partnership that we think is important in terms of how we serve our community. Our community loves their parks. We know this from a multitude of surveys, focus groups, from the economic powerhouse that parks offer to our recreation and tourism economies, to our identity here in Santa Cruz County, and from the recent overwhelming positive votes, such as Measure K, Measure Q. County parks and we are aligned. Our strategic plans, our work are aligned, and we're working towards the same goals for our community. You're going to hear this always from us, but we think of parks as the friendly front porch of county government, the friendly front porch of our democracy. They're places I think you know that you get calls around, that people have relationships with, and they matter. How can parks offer the entire county services and ways to get input and feedback to serve our shared goals? I'm going to run out of time. So we're ready in our partnership to implement. We're ready. We're bringing in revenue. They're bringing in revenue. And the sticking point really is often the capacity and the number of positions that are available to deliver at the Parks Department. In particular, I'll point to our access grants where we have, revenue coming in. They've got revenue coming in. We know exactly what people want and need. They've added additional recreation opportunities for youth, for example, at Mesa Village. And they need, if possible, another recreation position. It's not a need from general fund. It's not a need from, we have the revenue, we know what the community wants, and together we can deliver it. If there's a possibility to look at an additional recreation position, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, board. My name is Yadira Flores, and I am a community mobilization leader with County Park Friends. I'm here to speak with the fabulous department right here. In 2020, we won the OEP grant. It's the Outdoor Equity Grant. And it wouldn't be easy and for us to implement in the live oak and unincorporated area if it wasn't for our partners with park departments. They allow us to utilize the space without any fee and so many other things. We really appreciate the partnership, and as Maria mentioned, our mission and vision are aligned. We serve the community and we understand how diverse our community is. So yeah, I'm here to support the park and the cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any comment online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions, comments, and I'll begin with my right with Supervisor Serpa.
Thank you. And thank you for doing so much for our community. As you know, or maybe you don't know, 50% of the children in this county live in Mid and South County. There's, literally 50% of the kids. There's no aquatic center in South County. I'd like to see that happen, and I'd like to see that happen in the next 4 years. So let's start working on that. I think we have space there at Pinto Lake Park. We took a look around, and And I think that would be something if we could get grants, if we could get public interest with County Park Friends, I think that's something that potentially we could do for the children and families in South County. There's no pools there. There's one indoor pool, the Y. There's the pool at Watsonville High, but that's for swim team. It's not for the public. So thank you for your work. I went online just because we had talked about potentially some projects that would be good with some of my discretionary money. And the picnic fees, like if you want to rent a picnic table for half a day or a full day, I felt like they were a little bit pricey. Like I think it was $160 for a half day and maybe $240 for full. I think for many families that's unaffordable. So I don't know if we could look again and see if we could maybe bring that down a little bit or.
Sure.
Absolutely. I mean, when families have to, like, if they want to rent something and it's a birthday party, they've got all the expenses and everything of providing it. And I just think that felt just a little bit too high for most families in our community.
Yeah, I think there's a scale of expenses depending on what the size of the facility is. So some of the very large facilities are going to be the pricier end. A lot of our picnic facilities do go for, as I believe, less than 150 or 120 a day. But we can definitely look at that. We look at our uniform fee schedules every year. We actually look at them twice a year oftentimes. And I know we're definitely in the world of other facilities similar to ours around the Tri-County area, and especially the counties nearest us. We're still lower on our rates, but that is always the struggle for us oftentimes. How do we bring revenue in and not overcharge people or charge people who don't have the money to pay for these facilities?
Yeah. When I was growing up, we used to go to Toro Regional Park, right. And I think they charged by the carload, but you know, the picnic areas were free of charge. So I don't know if we want to look at that. But.
We did in the past. We did charge entry to our parks. There were 3 parks in particular, 4 actually at one point, probably almost 25 years ago. I'm definitely happy to look at all of that, but that is a very difficult thing to do at times to impact everybody in a way like that along those lines. Having a parks free and available to everybody is something that this board in the past has been very supportive of. And so how do I continue to pay for our infrastructure demands, our staffing needs, and sustainable budgeting if I can't find fees somewhere? And so I think that's where we have landed in the past on these special use events. Oftentimes, heavier reliance are on the special events, the festivals, the weddings, those types of things. And we really have tried to keep the picnic fees down. We have become creative in how we do things. Our partnership with RecTech, which came to this board a couple months ago, we're actually able to charge fees for pickleball use now, which has surprisingly brought in more revenue than we thought. And so we'll continue to look for creative ways to bring money in. So I'm happy to look at our fee schedule for sure.
I'd like to also add that in addition to the reservable with fees picnic areas, countywide, we try to keep an equitable amount of first come, first serve with no fee.
Right.
Picnic tables so that those who can't afford it can still have space.
Thank you. I didn't know that. Thank you. And then, we've talked a little bit, but in the past, I know like at Aptos Village Park, we used to have big festivals, which brought a lot of people in and was sort of an economic boom for the surrounding areas and Airbnbs and TOT and restaurants and services, that kind of thing. I'd like to see us do more of that in upcoming years to sort of boost the fun factor, to bring more people into our county and for our citizens. So thank you for considering that. What was the other thing that we talked about? I'm blanking. We might have to come back to me. But anyway, thank you for all the good work the Parks does. And thank you to Friends of County Parks for your participation and your generosity.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings?
I don't have any questions, but just want to thank you all for all your hard work, especially as it relates to getting the rail trail and the North Coast Facilities Plan, which took a while, a little bit longer than we wanted and hoped for, but it's finished. And now we have some pretty clear, distinct projects that we're trying to move forward with, some of which are with parks, some of which are with CDI, but really grateful to see all that moving forward. And then also, one thing that I should point out is that we're the one district that doesn't have any parks. I mean, we have beaches, we don't have any parks. And so to the extent that we can continue exploring property acquisitions to, have a park in the north, in third district, I'd really like to continue to explore that. I know we've had some discussions in the past and there may be some opportunities. So I'm hoping that we can continue to explore those in the coming year and hopefully bring a park to third district.
Thank you.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Daphne and Deputy Director Hurley. Thanks for all your collaboration throughout the year. Parks, as you know, are a huge need, particularly in the first district. And I think I can't check my email without seeing something about parks. And also thank you to County Park Friends for all of your collaboration and support. I don't think you were here yesterday, but we were looking at past capital projects that we completed last year, and certainly Floral Park was a big standout, and that wouldn't have been possible without the support of County Park Friends, which raised really 3/4 of the money for that project. And it's just great that we have this collaboration going forward. I think basically it seems like between the general fund contribution and sales tax contribution, we're basically holding steady, right? Which I think is, given the situation we're in as far as the budget outlook, a win in itself. And I just hope that this board will maintain that commitment, right? I mean, in the past, as was said during the 2008 crisis and recession, we eliminated the Parks Department. I definitely don't want to be in that situation again. And so I think that to the extent that we can maintain the commitment that we're at, and even incrementally grow it, that's really a good thing, because as it's been said repeatedly, parks really are the friendly front porch for government, and they're also, really drive our tourist economy as well, because of our beaches and all the coastal access points. Just the only other question I have was around this sort of shortage of staff that County Park Friends folks identified. I mentioned the recreational coordinator, I'm assuming, if I understand correctly. Is that kind of the primary need that you guys see, or is there also something around planning and to actually implement capital projects?
Yeah, I think we would look at, given the conversation, we would look at a recreation specialist, which is an entry-level position for recreation. Right now, we program about 62,000 hours of extra help time. So 62,000 hours of time that's non-full-time employees. And that's great. And it's kind of seasonal in nature. And we have a younger workforce that are moving on. They're in college, they come and go. But we probably really do need to examine whether it's more beneficial to have somebody who's in a more permanent status, who's owning programs and developing these programs in the long term. So that's specific to a recreation specialist type position in an entry-level capacity. And as we mentioned, I think your basic maintenance worker, we haven't really increased the maintenance worker staff in a number of years. We've increased them slightly, but for the level of number of bathrooms, facilities, just in my 10 years here is significant. And so that's one of the categories that we talk about, these picnic areas, some of them that we do charge for, that directly pays for the maintenance workers oftentimes, and they're the ones taking care of those and removing the trash and cleaning up and cleaning the bathrooms. So both of those are areas that I would focus on immediately. But yes, as you look at planning, we are far behind on where we should be with our natural resource management planning, with our long-term planning in general, with our deferred maintenance planning. But this has been a long stretch for us to get to just where we are now. And I know there's really difficult times for this entire county. So it would be hard for us to come to this board right now and say, we want more positions, even though we wouldn't be using general fund money, and we definitely can pay for it outside of that. It's hard for us to do that, especially given this, what the CEO's office obviously is dealing with and what we're talking about in September and October. So I fully support County Park Friends. I fully support my staff and what we need to do. And we are in a very difficult position.
How would you support those positions without general fund revenues?
Right now, two things could happen. We could reduce the extra help funding that we have, which is really easy. 62,000 hours equates to about $1.4 million-ish, $1.5 million probably, 1.4, 1.5 probably. And so we could pull right out of there, that's easy and direct. And also we have shown that our revenues continue to increase over the last couple of years. And we could continue to provide examples. For example, the pickleball courts that we're putting in at Ben Lomond and the picnic facilities, those are all going to bring new revenue in.
Got it. Oh yeah, deferred maintenance. What's the kind of number for total deferred maintenance in our parks?
The last time we did a true deferred maintenance number, it was about $100 million.
Wow.
That has been a couple of years, but I was probably prior to COVID. So I'm not going to go off the cuff. I don't know if we have a current number. It could be a lot worse than that now, or it could be a little bit better. But that was the number we'd worked on prior to COVID, and we haven't had the ability to get back to do, again, one of those planning issues. We're busy doing a lot of projects for the supervisors, doing a lot of other things with planning teams. So this is one of the areas we really need to get to for parks. We really need to do a 5-year plan and really look at what our needs are.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you for asking those questions.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you to my colleagues for your flexibility this morning. I was doing being a mom first before being a supervisor. And so I'm happy to join for the parks budget because it feels really in alignment with how I spent my morning with growing youth. I really appreciate the presentation. As you know, before I joined the Board of Supervisors, I was the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission. So I feel very familiar with the good work that's happening in your department. I'm very supportive of your efforts. I want to thank Supervisor Koenig for starting the line of questioning around adding positions that pay for themselves. Because as I've been in discussions with your department and sort of thought through some of the gaps and needs in my district and then probably in other districts as well, I've heard you share just what I heard you say today, which is that there's an opportunity to add headcount, but the perception is difficult because we're also across the county reducing headcount in other areas. And I want to encourage all of us to kind of challenge that if there's opportunities to increase headcount for, the public good, which Parks Department does, that has its own revenue stream, right? I think it serves all of us if we can add, whether it's a rec specialist, maintenance support, to the Parks and Rec Department. Because even when there's healthcare cuts and there's going to be, really difficult times in our community, the parks are still there. And it's a space for people to achieve respite and fresh air and really free, if not low cost programming for youth. And it's in general positive thing that we may be able to offer with a different revenue stream while the federal government is cutting over here. So, that's my thoughts on this. And I would be interested in hearing from other supervisors if that's something we would want to ask for you to come back with, by next week, or if you'd be interested in coming back, in the next couple months with something like that. But it's something that I don't think we should be afraid to have that conversation if they can identify their own revenue stream for added headcount. I want to also just recognize a couple of really important examples of your good work in my district. I know one thing I really appreciate about your department is that you're always willing to partner with community members to hear what they want to see in their parks. And I think the Ben Lomond Park is a good example. You mentioned the pickleball courts that are going to be started. We're also going to be unveiling the beautiful new mural on the bathroom that came from leadership within the Ben Lomond Village Association. And I know that my district is going to be investing further in improvements to that park because we're getting a lot of important community engagement. And it's a great time to partner with you to activate a space that could use some investment. I also really appreciate the way the parks have been a partner in some of our county's resiliency goals. You manage a lot of open space. our county has invested in, plans for climate resilience and managing our open spaces. And so I appreciate the way that you've adopted like drought tolerant designs in your parks. You're reducing invasive fire prone plants and trees. And we're seeing that in our district, whether it's in Quail Hollow at Quail Hollow Ranch, and then also now at the Miller property, which has been a really important project for North Boulder Creek that started with my predecessor, Supervisor McPherson, as an investment and something that I'm continuing to support. So overall, I don't think I have any questions, but I want to thank you for your good work. Sort of leave it to my colleagues to see if there's any interest in asking you to come back, and also just really wanting to support the opportunity to invest and grow if there's self-sustaining options to do that don't impact the general fund.
If I could just add briefly, I think it would be fine if we come back with an analysis of revenue that potentially could offset the cost of some staff. But I think it would be too soon to do it at the next meeting. It'd be better to do later on in the year. The risk is that, and I've heard this story many, many times, departments come forward and say, hey, I've got this revenue source. And then all of a sudden the revenue is not enough to cover the costs. So every time you hire somebody, there's always a risk. And the problem is revenue grants get canceled, revenues don't come in as projected, and it's putting the county more at risk because now we have a person, we've hired them, they've changed their career, and then we're having to lay them off potentially. So that's why I'm always very cautious, especially during times when we're cutting back, to take on new staff with revenue. So we'd want to really dive into those revenue and see how certain they are, and then come back to the board at that time. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I think, thank you for the information, CAO Palacios. And I think just having the opportunity to evaluate it would be very helpful to me, and hopefully for the rest of the board.
I'll keep my comments brief. Thank you, first of all, to the Parks Department for all the work that you guys have been doing. I'm glad that there's some work in South County, especially with the new Mesa plan and the 181 Whiting Road. Yeah, I know you can I know.
Say the names.
Yeah. I kind of wanted it to be Celsi Perez, get out if you can, Park. That didn't fly.
The kids disagreed with you.
So, I also want to thank Friends of the Park, kind of your guys' partner in crime there that really helps out with all the parks and fundraising back there as well. So thank you for all you guys' work. It's obvious that right now we're facing a budget crisis here within our county, but also within the state, within, the federal government. So it is, bleak times, but I think that there's two silver linings that we have, but I want to make sure that it's on our radar. Obviously, Measure Q, we all worked hard on Measure Q. I was out there canvassing on weekends for Measure Q, but I think that also Proposition 4 to keep on our radar. I have assembly members that have told me specifically that that was designed for Watsonville area in mind. Places that had faced flooding, that have economically challenged communities, Latino communities. I think that is pretty much what the intent, a lot of the intent for that was too. So those are things that we should be keeping on our radar, because otherwise we don't have funding in the general fund for, parks. But I'm excited about these two silver linings that we have, and hopefully we can work with them to accomplish a lot more. And of course, with the Friends too, as well. Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain the motion.
I'll move the recommended actions with the additional direction that staff return with a proposal to hire a recreation specialist at no net county cost no later than the mid-year budget update.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a strong second from Supervisor Martinez.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as housekeeping matter, we're going to strike the revised order of the agenda and go back to the original order of the agenda, moving back to number 8 with probation. So yeah, next item would be to consider the approval of the proposed 2025-2026 budget for the probation department, including any supplemental materials, and take all related actions as outlined in the reference budget documents and as recommended by the CEO.
Good afternoon. Good morning, board members. Sorry. Good morning. Fernando Giraldo, Chief Probation Officer. Thought we were going to have to wait till this afternoon, but I'm honored to be here today before you alongside my distinguished executive leadership team. With me, beside me is my Assistant Chief, Valerie Thompson, our Fiscal Officer, Justin Nunes, and shortly our Juvenile Hall Director, Sarah Berman. And so I'm just deeply grateful to work with such a dedicated leadership team who are committed to building a safe, equitable, and thriving community. Your continued support and partnership is invaluable, and we sincerely appreciate the opportunity to serve. I just, like to take a moment to show these photos that show the different sides of probation and the work that we do in the community and how we engage youth and families. And the photo you see here is a photo of Family Night, which is at Watsonville Civic Plaza. It's a bi-monthly event that was started by probation in partnership with the Community Action Board, where we provide families opportunities to learn about what services exist. This night here is paint night, but before that starts, families get to enjoy a warm meal, enjoy each other's company. And this was the result of what we learned about during COVID, is families were very isolated and need to really learn from one another. They're reaching out for help. But we've maintained that. And so we're really happy to continue doing that. And we'll definitely boost all our services that we're doing out there in the community. Brief overview is here's a overview of our presentation, which we hope is concise, informative, and precise. In 2024, in collaboration with our staff, justice partners, and with valuable input from clients and community members, we updated our strategic plan for 2024-2028. The plan offers a team a clear line of sight into the future, aligning our collective efforts to fulfill the mission outlined above. It serves as a critical tool for connecting purpose, policy, and practice, ensuring that our daily work is both intentional and impactful. So this is an updated vision and mission that we have, just to reflect the times that we are in and where we're going in terms of our line of sight. Here's our 5 divisions and services. It's quite a bit. We have a juvenile hall that we operate, the juvenile division, pretrial services, the adult division, and our administrative division. Very busy in all divisions, especially at the intake and assessment level. Pretrial unit continues to have a high volume of cases, and that's a great program as it serves as a jail alternatives, helping keep the jail beds low, and it really contributes to public safety. But a lot of what we do is community supervision. We cover the felony courts, and adult court, misdemeanor courts, the juvenile courts. We're opened a secure youth treatment facility that we'll talk about in just a little bit. And we do a lot of, obviously, grant management, grant writing. Happy to say that just this week we submitted another round of Prop 47 grant submitted to its cohort 5 that could bring our community in up to $8 million, with 76% of that going out to community partners. So it's very exciting. Fingers crossed, we'll know later this summer. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to have Sarah here, Sarah Berman, talk about our secure youth treatment facility. Again, she's our juvenile hall division director and just has been so dedicated to seeing the really inspirational transformation of our juvenile hall in the last couple of years.
The green light is on now.
Yeah.
All righty. So it's a privilege to be here today and share with you the progress that we've made in the opening of our local secure youth treatment facility, locally known as an SYTF, just 5 months ago. And we also had the approval to establish a camp program. These milestones mark a significant step forward in our mission to serve youth locally with intention, care, and purpose. Our local SYTF was designed to provide a safe and secure environment aligned with the requirements of Senate Bill 823 and 92. More importantly, it's a space built on the belief that rehabilitation is the pathway to reducing recidivism and supporting long-term growth. Our goal is to help each young person return to their community with the skills, confidence, and support needed to thrive. We are intentionally transforming the SYTF program within our juvenile hall. This transformation is rooted in trauma-informed and culturally responsive care and is designed to meet the individual needs of each youth, whether in the area of therapeutic treatment, education, career development, or life skill enhancements. At the core is our fundamental belief of youth voice and choice matters. Everything we've done from the beginning has been including our youth and our families, doing groups, having behavioral health meet with the youth, having us as managers meet with the youth individually, also having our teachers meet with youth, making sure we're getting feedback and responding to what the needs are, what the interests are, what is working, what isn't working. We are committed to ensuring that our young people have a say in their programming and their experiences, and that the families and our community partners are engaged every step of the way. We have a clear vision and strategic goals for the year ahead. And among our top priorities, as we all know, construction has actually started. So we'll be very excited in a year from now when we're definitely able to expand our education, our vocational programs, as these are essential tools. I do want to highlight in the past 5 months what we have accomplished. As it says there on the slide, our educational programming, Santa Cruz County Probation, County Office of Ed, and Cabrillo partnered in the Rising Scholars Grant. And then in the last 5 months, we've enhanced it by ISD put in internet throughout our facility. So our youth now have full access without having to go through the teachers. All of our youth who are in college are being provided laptops through Rising Scholars. We also have through the program a program coordinator who meets with our youth every week in person on campus at Juvenile Hall, and she brings with her life experience of her history of juvenile justice experience and then attending college and graduating. We've also connected youth through Cabrillo with our accessibility support services and academic counselors. And our youth are meeting one-on-one with their teachers virtually. And so far we have 4 youth who are enrolled in college and all doing very exceptionally well. One of our young people is looking towards completing his AA and where he'll transfer to a 4-year college. We also, as far as vocational, we have had a career exploration workshop provided for our youth. We've partnered with Your Future is Our Business to provide career panels. And so far, the careers that we've had come up have all been careers the youth have asked for and been intentional about wanting to learn more about. We're also providing work experience programs on site that will give youth actual employable skills, self-confidence, and also giving back on improving the facility where they are residing. As far as life skills, it's really important to us to ensure that we focus on leadership and civil engagement. One area we've been able to provide so far is partnering actually with our Parks Department. With construction, there will be a public art piece that's included. And so there was a panel of 7 community members total, but 2 of those community members, one was myself and 2 were youth who are currently in juvenile hall. Included them in the panel, and we reviewed 50 art proposals from all over the world, and through interviews, narrowed it down and selected one actually local from Monterey County artist that's going to be participating in providing the murals and the art at our new gym and garden. And the young people who participated in the panel likely will be at our facility and able to participate, because definitely youth involvement was a big important piece of this project. Also under life skills, we've started a culinary program. So prior to our kitchen and projects being done with construction, we currently have a Stirring Up Success program that's obviously teaching our young people meal preparation, budgeting, food safety, life skills to be able, when they are released, to be able to provide for themselves, to prepare their own meals and budget. Financial literacy, we partner with Santa Cruz Community Credit Union, and they've been providing a financial literacy class. And now they're providing like a level 2. So our young people can start opening their own bank accounts and be able to save money from grant programs that we have to earn investments. As far as staff development, that's definitely an important piece. As far as bringing in training, like what's going to be different? How is this program going to be different than being in juvenile hall? We do have a dedicated reentry specialist. So this is a first line supervisor in our facility who is a case manager and dedicated to supervising our youth who are committed to the facility. We're also have been connected and have scheduled for our staff to be trained in the behavioral health intervention system and in cognitive behavioral interventions. The cognitive behavioral intervention training will be significant for our camp program. It has definitely modules for our youth to go through for each phase and step throughout the camp program to transition on to graduation. So these are just a few examples of what we've accomplished in 5 months, and showing the diversity, the dynamic needs of the youth we serve, and how we're including the youth voice and the excitement of being able to serve our youth locally. It is fortunate, we do have one young person who has been committed to SYTF, and for him to have already been in our facility, going through the court process. And so once he was committed to stay with our facility and be able to already have those connections with rising scholars, our education team, our behavioral health team. And so we're just able to continue and progress towards his rehabilitation with family, also local, and definitely including a lot of family support and services. So we're very excited about what's going to happen and where we are now, and the excitement of what's to come in the next year or two, particularly after construction, what we can provide our population. Thank you.
I think I'm up. So good morning, Board of Supervisors. What you see in front of you is a high-level overview of our proposed 25-26 budget. This budget reflects a fiscally responsible approach that sustains the high level of service that our department provides to the community while minimizing the impact to the county's general fund through strategic use of available funding sources. So in front of you is this table, and what you'll see is staffing levels are proposed to remain at status quo levels of 135 full-time positions. Year over year, decreases in revenues and expenditures, revenues at approximately 4%, expenditures at approximately 1%. This results in a general fund contribution increase year over year of approximately 6% or a shade over $600,000. It's important to note that general fund contribution makes up approximately 31% of our overall funding composition for our budget. 60% is funded with state funding and 8% is funded with federal funding. Next slide. When you kind of look at that 4% decrease in year over year revenues, it's primarily due to the expiration of several grants that are either coming to completion in the current fiscal year, like our Mobile Service Center grant, and then a couple of grants that are due to expire mid-fiscal year 25-26. That's your Proposition 47 Cohort 3 grant, Title II Star Formula grant, and then Casey grant as well. These decreases year over year are kind of slightly offset with CalAIM Path implementation funding and Medi-Cal administrative activities reimbursement. Overall, it still results in a net effect of a 4% decrease year over year for our overall department budget. Next slide. For expenses, so you have a lot of opposing factors here, but what you're seeing is the opposite side of those grants expiring. So there's not as much expenditures happening in the 25-26 budget year. You also see a reduction in out-of-county placement expenses due to the establishment of the local SYTF and camp programs. These declining factors are offset with increases in salaries and benefit expenses related to COLAs. Also interdepartmental charges from General Services Department for facilities maintenance, and then another interdepartmental charge from our HSA partners for juvenile hall medical and behavioral health services. Next slide.
Yeah, I want to take a moment to talk about the 700,000 decrease in out-of-county placements. At the board's direction from February 25th, we're also here to report on savings from SYTF implementation. SYTF is Secure Youth Treatment Facility, how we plan to reinvest those funds in our community engagement process. So the new SYTF model is projected to save approximately $300,000 this year. The saving comes from a 700,000 reduction in out-of-home placements. That said, we still have 3 youth in out-of-county security treatment facility, which is Sonoma, that hosts our youth, and that's a cost of $120,000 per youth. So we must retain funds, some of these savings, to support the continued placement of those youth there. How we plan to use our savings? We plan to utilize about 150 to 170,000 in funding to launch a competitive RFP process for preventative youth services. We do this on a 4-year cycle, so this will enhance the amount that goes out to community partners. And so, and we've been meeting with a lot of partners and, of course, surveying our youth and families about what services they see as most important. $100,000 of that $300,000 is going to cover part of that $400,000 increase in juvenile hall medical and behavioral health services. So we're going to make an investment in that. And the remaining funds really will be used for critical services not currently funding, but based on the needs of our juvenile hall and community input. And also, as we know, we're in uncertain times, so we need to be careful how we utilize those dollars for any unforeseen changes in the federal funding. So our interim plan at the moment, while the RFP is under development, which we think will release early 2026, we hope, is assess program needs at juvenile hall, use purchase orders to fund essential services not yet under contract, and really continue to base all these decisions based on youth needs, parent needs, community engagement feedback, and operational gaps. So some of the highlights regarding community engagement that we were asked to report on, and we'll give you all the dates, but there's been many since March. So there's been several meetings with MILPA and staff from Barrios Unidos. We've also held our Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, our SB 2823 Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council Subcommittee. These are all public meetings. We've had input from the advisory councils, our justice partners, and service providers. We've distributed surveys to juvenile hall youth, families, and providers. We'll continue that throughout June. So we've developed a survey hoping to get input around what's working, what's not, what do you need, given the changing population that we're housing. And it's going to be an older population up to the age of 25. And some upcoming meetings over the next few months and through the summer, we have scheduled are with PVPSA, Conflict Resolution Center, our juvenile hall providers, and the Child, Youth, and Family Wellbeing Cabinet. So just to close out this discussion, remarks about the savings, we're committed to reinvesting these savings in alignment with youth needs and community priorities. And we're going to continue to adapt based on really the funding realities, ensure services are responsive and equitable.
Great. And so those numbers were department-wide, and now we're going to focus the lens a little bit on the juvenile hall division. So when I think about our 5 divisions, the division that's undergoing the most changes year over year, and that's an understatement, is the juvenile hall division. So what this table really represents to me is just the significant amount of changes operationally and both financially that are being undertaken by our juvenile hall division in relation to all those changes we just discussed. So year over year, revenues and expenses both increasing, revenues by 60%, expenses by 18%. That leads to a general fund contribution increase year over year of approximately 4%, or it equates to around $219,000 year over year. It's notable that, compared to prior years, that amount is a lot lower. And the way we were able to accomplish that was by realigning those state dollars that we'll talk about momentarily. Funded staffing remains status quo at 31 year over year, so no change there. When you look at what's happening behind the 60% increase, a lot of it is because Juvenile Hall Division's budget is receiving SB 823 block grant dollars for the first year or first time. It's noteworthy that this isn't necessarily new revenue for our department. It is realigned from our Juvenile Probation Division's budget. So while there's an increase in Juvenile Hall Division's revenues, there's a likewise decrease in the Juvenile Division's budget that used to fund those out-of-county placements. There's also a one-time increase in CalAIM path implementation dollars that go towards CalAIM Justice Involved Initiative preparations, and then a slight increase in Medi-Cal administrative activity revenues. In terms of expenses, a lot of the big ticket items are interdepartmental charges. So our HSA partners provide juvenile hall medical and behavioral health services, so that was an increase. General Services Department providing that facilities maintenance, another increase. And then again, new to our budget this year, our juvenile hall division budget is those SYTF and services and supplies expenses to build up that program. And with that,
yeah, talk a little bit about state and federal funding risks. There are a few. Our federal grant reductions could potentially threaten $3 million in grant funding initiatives. The sheriff talked about one of those, the Justice Assistance Grant. That's really a school safety project that probation is also involved in. There's also state funding formulas that we've been receiving. SB 678 is one of them. It's a performance incentives funding stream that we've been receiving since 2009. But these formula-based streams are fluctuate, and the legislature often goes back and adjusts those, which actually often could lead to an increase or some cases a decrease in our funding. We just don't know where they'll land with these formula changes. Same thing with SB 823, which supports our secure youth treatment program. They've talked about revising that formula a little bit to include other elements that again could lead to either a decrease or increase. We just don't know. So we have to be cautious on that. The state may revise overall, reflects slight reductions to probation, fortunately, at this point. And I'm showing this photo because this is our annual prom dress event. Although this young man is not trying on a prom dress, it's a suit coat, and that's a probation officer helping him with that suit coat. This is something, again, another side of things that we do in partnership in the community. I put this photo here because this is the Luna ESOL Center in South County. And it's really utilized by a lot of our young people and families as a gathering space. And so Luna ESOL is partly funded by one of these federal grants. And so far we've heard nothing about losing that funding, but we don't know. But these are the types of events and programs that we could lose. But this is a heartwarming collaboration between our staff and several community agencies to ensure that all young people, regardless of their means, can enjoy their prom night in style. All the formal wear, including suits, dresses, shoes, and accessories, is generously donated. Some of it used, a lot of it new. So it's great to see that. Volunteers are on site to assist youth with selecting and trying out outfits. There's private dressing areas where they can try those on. And we have actually staff there that are ready to do right on site, make alterations to the clothing. So kids, young people will leave with a full suit or a prom dress and just looking great. So that's just a really fun time that we do. Talk a little bit about emerging issues. Legislative changes. We're also always chasing those, or chasing the implementation, and even chasing money, because many of these don't come with funding. One of those examples is Prop 36. So effective December 18th, 2024, Props 36 imposes stricter penalties for drug theft offenses, increasing probation workloads. We don't know the extent of those workloads increase yet in terms of our supervision caseload, but we certainly see an increase in our pretrial numbers. And again, this Proposition 36 did not come with funding, and probation is critical to make this function here as we have to do assessments, supervise folks, make referrals, and so on. I know there's still ongoing debate at the legislature around finding dollars that would help us, and I don't know what that amount would be. Expiring grants that we've talked about, those are an emerging issue. We nearly 12 million in Prop 47 Behavioral Health Fund ends in early 2026. So new funding solutions are critical to maintain full capacity of the program. We've been fortunate in this county to receive cohort 2 funding, cohort 3, and we've just submitted, as I mentioned earlier, cohort 5. So that's how we hope to sustain. The key components of that are the public defenders early representation holistic defense program, and a pilot program in South County for young adults. in the neighborhood courts, and also our connector team, where we work with Janice, have folks on staff at both our North and County Success Centers, really instantly making connections with our adult population and connecting them to vital services. Both of these projects are underway, the capital projects, the juvenile hall renovation and the gymnasium. And thank you, Supervisor Martinez, for coming to the groundbreaking event last week. So that was really excited moment. And as we said, many of us, we couldn't believe it was happening because it's been a long time. I got a call from Supervisor McPherson congratulating on us. He says hi to everybody, but he was super excited because he was with us when we went to Sacramento and made a pitch for the renovation in 2014. So that's how long just the renovation grant was 11 years ago when we received that. So we're just really excited about the possibilities. And really before I ask for some to approve this budget, I just want to say, check out this new probation mobile success van that we have through a grant with from the Board of State and Community Corrections. We have a fully equipped vehicle to bring services straight to our clients wherever they are. We'll be visiting places like homeless encampments, joining forces with community partners at events like Trunk or Treat, Warrant Relief Days, National Night Out. And you might see probation, the DA's office, and the public defender all together in one place, offering support and resources. That's what we envision. So it's all about making access to services much easier and showing up for our community. So I now ask that we approve the proposed budget for the probation department, including any supplemental materials, which includes revenues of $25,772,000, expenses of $37,381,000, and a general fund contribution of $11.6 million, and staffing of 135 funded FTEs. So that concludes my presentation, and now I'll hope there's some questions.
Thank you for the presentation. First, I'd like to see if there's anyone from the public that would like to comment on this item.
I was going to talk today. I can speak really loud. I'm still up there.
You have to come up to the mic because I can't even hear you from over here. I can't hear you. Yeah, you have to speak to the mic.
They put an ankle on.
We can't hear from back here. No, you have to talk to the board on the microphone. Thank you.
I'm physically messed up, okay? Ankle monitor was buzzing me, and they thought I was a flight risk at 70, okay? At 70 years old, they put an ankle monitor on me. Fully bruised, everybody can look at it. I went to the urgent care because I felt like how much money do you spend on it? I did talk to this woman, I don't know if she remembers me, but Yvonne or something like Yvette? Yolanda, sorry. Okay, so listen to this. So I went to urgent care, and there was a doctor there who said, "What is that? That's barbaric. I'm going to take it off." And she cut it off. And she waited because I said I was tipping over with it. And how much are those ankle monitors? Department, that's all they were talking about, ankle monitors. They're this big. They're huge. And the battery and she weighed the battery and everything. Now, to me, everything else is great, okay? But this thing really took my health downhill quickly, enough to go to urgent care. And a doctor she was Indian, and she hugged me. I never had a doctor hug me. So she hugged me and she said, "This is barbaric. What do you put on me when I'm a flight risk?" 70 years old, in front of my house, another man, one of your probation officers, the big guy, came and switched it on me. Said, "Maybe there's something wrong with it." It was buzzing me. It was making me feel like I was a radioactive, really. So how much of that budget is for new ankle monitors? $1 million? 500,000? I don't know. I don't deal in that stuff. I'm a postpartum care provider. I'm a doula and a reflexologist by trade. And I was here yesterday, but I had much to say, but I don't want to take up too much more time. And I wouldn't bring into a song because I don't know how to sing about probation stuff. Okay. So can anybody give me an answer to that? How much of that budget is for?
Thank you.
Monsters?
Thank you for your comments. Anyone online?
I see a speaker online, Chair. Athena, your microphone's now available.
Hi, supervisors. My name is Athena. I live in Santa Cruz City, and I spend all of my time trying to make my community better, just like you guys do. And I really, really hope that the supervisors will find the money for the necessities for our community. In Santa Cruz County, we are always making huge changes out of very fine resources. Every cent that is used on MHCAN, GEMA, JAG, and other like transitional housing beds, especially for dual enrollment, every cent is worth $10 of later fees that the county is going to get if you don't do the preventative care. Please find the money for MHCAN, GEMA, and JAG by taking it out of overly paid management positions. We have people dying, and we have people terrified of losing their jobs and going back to being homeless. We have so many homeless people. Please, please, please do not let us down. Find it in your hearts to find the money for MHCAN, GEMA, JAG, and do not cut any beds. I am horrified by reading this budget and how much cuts are coming to the most needed services. If an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, then this budget doesn't make sense. Public health is public safety. This budget makes me feel like my public safety is at risk. Please, please, please find the money for public health. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments. And I'll start to the left over here with Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate all of the good work happening in your department. I wanted to start off with a question. How many youth are currently in the juvenile hall?
At this moment, there's 10 youth in custody.
There's 10. And then how many of those are in the secure youth treatment program versus
So we have, of those 10, 1 youth has been ordered into secure youth treatment, and we have 2 other potential. They're going through transfer hearings right now, so it could be a recommendation from the court.
But those two are currently in the same facility. And then with the money saved from the out of county placement change, I guess, do you fund the out of county placements through the juvenile hall budget or through the general probation budget?
So if camp programs are through the general fund program, though we don't have anyone in the camp program. All SYTFs are supported through the SB 823 block grant funding. So the 3 youth that are in Sonoma, that's the SYTF block grant is covering those costs, and potentially 2 youth will cover the cost of their placement here, although it's not going out to another county. We'll bring in those dollars here. And if it's for what was formerly known as group homes, is now short-term residential treatment programs, that's through more of a mix of federal and state funding. So that doesn't, and we don't, we've placed far fewer youth and any out of home placement than we did. I mean, it's probably an 85% reduction in over the last several years, trying to keep kids close to home.
And so right now, I guess you said you had 3 kids placed out of this.
Correct, at Sonoma.
In Sonoma. And so what I'm trying to understand is you have 2, what I'm looking at, you have kind of 2 pockets of expenses, one titled juvenile hall and one titled probation. Are those costs accounted for in the juvenile hall side of things or the probation side of things?
Yeah, so those out of county placement costs are in the juvenile probation division's budget.
Got it. Okay. And then Chief, would you go back to your proposal for the use of that 700,000 and break it down for me again?
So the proposal for that $300,000 is of the 700,000 and out of county placements is about 150 to 175,000 we will increase dollars that go out to the request for proposals probably in early 2026. So, and we're currently in the process of really getting information about what it is that we might need for the new population. So that's 150 to 175, then another 100,000 of the 700,000, which brings it to 300,000, isn't being invested in increased costs to health services for our medical and behavioral health costs. So that totals almost $300,000. And then, of course, we need to be cautious not to utilize all of that, because we know that there can be some unexpected needs in the upcoming months, so we can go out to a purchase orders on demand for specialized services that, there's always unforeseen needs depending on who's our custody and care, and it could be medical needs, could be dental needs, a variety of things. So we're reserve some of those dollars for that.
And so for that RFP process, if you are going to RFP in the early 26, would that be for the fiscal year 26-27?
Yes, it's yearly. It'll be a 4-year cycle, but the contracts are annually. Yeah. So yeah, we're just wrapping up our 4-year cycle this year.
So in this budget that's in front of us, are any of those dollars reallocated for any of this purchase or any of this purpose, like in this year's budget?
Yes, we have been definitely, just as we've stood up programming, we've had to invest in new modules, vocational modules, contracting out for a career specialist that's, works on contract in our juvenile hall that does assessments and career vocational needs assessing for our youth. In addition to that, there's we've a lot of equipment in terms of furniture, really redesigning the facility to really make it more suitable and humane place as much as we can. It's still a facility, but we've done a lot of upgrades using some of those dollars as well in the recent year or the last couple of years.
Got it. So, I want to kind of take us back to the February 25th board meeting when the board approved the department to go forward with opening the ranch camp. During that board meeting, we heard from dozens of community members who wanted to see the dollars saved from out-of-county placement reinvested in the community. And I get that, right? We have, the juvenile hall budget's $9.3 million for 10 kids. I'm glad those 10 kids are there. You guys are doing a great job with them. I'm so glad they're in this county. And part of this movement, the reform to support our youth, our children, and keep them here is to invest and partner with community partners to support them in the community. And so when I think about the 700,000 savings, which is in the budget for reduced out-of-county placements, it doesn't seem unreasonable to ask that half of that get reinvested in this fiscal year back into the community, right? I mean, what I'm hearing about, maybe 150 in the following fiscal year might be reinvested through the RFP process. It doesn't, for me, it's not sufficient for what I'm hearing from the community. So, I'd love to hear comments from the rest of the board, but when it comes time, I'd like to make a motion that will be asking for the board to, or the department to come back on June 10th with a plan to invest $350. This isn't the motion yet, but I'll make this motion in a moment, to invest $350 in out-of-county placement savings and community-based programs in this fiscal year.
Yes, 25-26 fiscal year.
25-26, yeah. So, but I'd love to hear from my colleagues on the board before I go forward with that full motion.
Supervisor Koenig.
Just curious if staff want to respond to that. I mean, it sounded like the thoughts currently were to keep some of it back in order to have flexibility dealing with potential state and federal cuts. And then there was the $100,000 investment in basically health care within the hall itself. And then, $150,000 to $175,000 amount for the RFP, which I heard as being included in this year. I mean,
It would be late. It'd be later this fiscal year. The RFP just goes out. So actually those contracts, it probably would be fiscal year 26, 27, the way it works in terms of the whole process. We do know what I didn't mention though, we know in the long term, not necessarily this year, but the following years, we hope to realize a greater savings and a greater amount. So this is just, we're talking about present time, but hopefully is, we continue to place on, well, hopefully we don't have to place any youth in our commitment facility, but it will happen that we'll realize more savings and then there'll be more possibilities in the future of funding. But I completely understand the desire to want to put dollars out there, which there are quite a bit of dollars that are already going out into the RFP. But we know there's going to be unique needs, and that's why we want to add up to 175,000 more. But in the immediate time, we are spending some of those dollars are going out to some purchase orders to to identified partners and programs to provide services that arise or urgent needs that arise.
Thanks. Just for clarification, during the fiscal year 25-26, though that year will not be under the new RFP. So any new services that are informed by our young people, our families, our community partners, as the chief just said, we will use purchase orders in order to engage those services and contracts if we need to. So it's not as though we're just going to sit on that money and not utilize it. It just will not be facilitated through the RFP until the next fiscal year. So for this current fiscal year 25-26, we will use the funding that's needed to appropriate needed programs. And one thing to keep in mind is the juvenile hall is under construction. So we'll have to follow kids around the facility to make sure we're accommodating them and providing for any expenses that are needed to support them during the transitions. But also Sarah and her team will continue to look at services that are needed. We'll get input again from families, our young people, our community partners. We can still appropriate services.
So we have additional comment from our CAO. Mike's on.
Sorry. Nicole Coburn, Assistant CAO. I work with the probation department. And I just want to clarify, I think between the youth we have at Sonoma County and then the costs at the juvenile hall, the savings available in this fiscal year will be less than the 350 that you're noting, Supervisor Martinez. So if you would allow us, we could return with a report back on last day with what's available potentially through purchase orders to reinvest in the community. I just want to be careful that we're covering our costs for the 3 youth that are at the Sonoma facility, and then the 1 youth that's at the juvenile hall, and potentially 2 more that could be placed in the secure youth track at this juvenile hall, that we're covering our costs, but that any savings we have, from what Assistant Chief said, we could reinvest through purchase orders for services within this current fiscal year, but we're happy to report back on last day.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think, what's important to me, it's fine if it's through the purchase order process. I know the RFP process won't be ready until the next fiscal year, but that the services go to community-based organizations as opposed to things like furnishings, in-house staffing, inter-county transfer funds. Like there's so many expenses that our county carries. But I think the movement is to try to reduce the cost of the county's probation delivery because we're reducing the number of kids in general, which is great, and reducing the high cost of out of county expenses, which is why we approved that change of a new program here locally.
I just suppose a couple quick questions. So, I mean, with the 3 youth that are still in Sonoma, I mean, is there a possibility to ultimately bring them back, or do we have like a contract for their placement?
Yeah, they will not be coming back. Can't get into specifics about each of those cases, but they'll be released at a certain point once they complete their sentence. So that's that won't be an ongoing cost for eternity. But no, we won't bring them back. And there's a lot of different reasons for that. The type of case, an unusual case, and let's hope this doesn't happen again. But we did have a young person recently committed there that we'd hoped would be committed to our facility, but there's a language in the Welfare and Institution Code that can allow the court to order them. It was unusual. We don't expect that to happen, but that could happen again. Going back to the fact that our assistant CAO mentioned that we just want to be careful with those dollars because we could have unusual cases like that, and that's a big expense that we have to cover.
Got it. And just one other question, which is, I'm certainly paying over $9 million a year for all this overhead, and we've created a fantastic facility. And as Supervisor Martinez said, I mean, it's great the level of care we're able to provide for the youth there. But would it ever be, would we ever see other counties ask about placing youth in our facility just to help, I mean, ultimately bring down those overhead
That definitely
costs?
is a possibility, as other counties now serve as host for counties. Some counties don't have juvenile halls, it's very few, but I could foresee that happening in the future. I mean, first, we want to make sure that we can stand up a program that meets the needs of the youth that we have, but that is something that is a possibility moving forward. Probably not this year, but maybe in the 3 or 4 years down the road, as of course, we got to renovate our facility first too, and build that gym because it's a bit of disruption. It's quite a lot of staff are displaced right now on the juvenile side. But yeah, that's certainly a possibility.
Okay, thank you. And just want to appreciate all the outreach that you're doing to the community and working with the youth themselves and their families as far as input on just how to on general prevention efforts as well. Nice.
Thank you. Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, first I just want to thank you all for your hard work on probation programming and really with regards to juvenile hall, being able to take the tour of that facility and just see how the youth are, able to do art and they're engaged and they're outside playing with, some of the guards that are there and just really seeing it being more of an environment that kind of fosters change, right? Rather than an environment that's really punitive and, degraded. And so I do think that a lot of the upgrades that you all have done there is really making it feel like a hospitable environment, an environment that's really trying to focus on improving oneself and one's behavior as a young person. And it's really encouraging to see all the various programs related to whether it's cooking or job placement or having career fairs. I mean, I think these are the things that we want to see happening in these environments so that when the youth leave or whether they're adults leaving, that they're moving into an environment, they're coming out with skills, right? And they're feeling like they can incorporate themselves into society rather than coming out and feeling like they're just getting the boot and being abandoned. I wanted to mention it earlier, but it was, and maybe this is something you all can consider as well, but for example, the other day I went on Facebook and there was one of the social media posts from the sheriff's department came up and it was about their cooking program at the Blaine Street Jail. And I was just, I didn't even know about that. And it was great to see, there was footage of the women cooking and then they were all coming out with their certificates. And I was like, I didn't even know that exists. And that'd be so great for our community to know that exists. And so even being able to showcase some of these programs, I think will really help our community understand that we're doing things differently. And so I just want to commend you all on all the hard work that you've done and just on our community in general with trying to keep as many youth out of that facility as possible. Again, it is I believe 40-bed facility or something around
40, yes, 40
right.
beds. Well, it's 42. And just recently we've changed it. So we redesigned 2 of those rooms to be soft counseling rooms with murals. So young people can meet right immediately if they need a counselor. There are tense times people are held in custody and it's very difficult to be away from loved ones. So these rooms offer us what we call soft counseling spaces.
Through grant funding, SBA 23.
Through SBA 23. So which is creating a real, that's just critical. That was without those funding, we couldn't have done that.
Yeah, but it just reflects, that we're really trying to not fill our detention facilities. We're really trying to keep people from going in, and it's only the critical youth, and by determination of the judges who are actually going into these facilities. I do share some of the concerns that Supervisor Martinez brought up. I think when we approved the ranch camp and the secure youth track facilities, there's a lot of folks who in our community who want to see us do things differently, and I'd like to see us move in that direction as well. I mean, we're doing a lot, But in terms of even youth coming out, I know Milpa really wants to work with probation on, helping youth as they're transitioning out. And so I'm wondering if there's any opportunity for those kinds of relationships to be built and kind of what's happening.
But we do have youth already working with Milpa. I understand. They're connecting with Milpa through perhaps they're attending court hearings or word of mouth, or public defenders have made referrals. So that is happening. That's with their own sources of funding to support that, because we haven't gone in a contract with them or anything like that, which and maybe they and many others, I'm sure, will be putting in proposals for the RFP in the meantime. But we have a lot of great relationships with a really so many different providers, and most of those providers provide services that are at low cost or no cost. And that's really important to know how many people want to volunteer and do that in our juvenile hall. So there's just a long list of great partners that are providing wonderful services.
That's good to hear. I know we're getting close to lunchtime, so I'll leave my comments there, but really want to thank you all for your work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sipa?
Thank you. So I know just from being on a school board for a long time, there's a tremendous amount of prevention services that are already available in our communities that probation helps to access on behalf of kids and families. To just name a few, we have Pajaro Valley Prevention and Student Assistance, which provides case management and counseling support for families and kids. They also have preventative groups for kids. Through our schools, we have performing arts, music and art, sports, unbelievable sports programs in our schools, extended aftercare programs that are enriched, and field trips, the aquarium. I mean, all this stuff for free, at least Mid and South County. I can't speak to what's happening up here, but I know it's similar. I actually didn't know that you did a 4-year cycle RFP for even more services, right? The same type of prevention type services. Yes. Can you talk about some of the awardees in the last 4-year cycle? Like who's getting, well, first of all, I think you likely already said it, but can you say it again for clarity? How much money is being awarded every 4 years?
Currently, every 4 years. I'll turn to Justin.
Yeah, the last 4-year cycle was $300,000.
So 300 over 4 years?
Over, yeah, 4 years each year.
And can you remind us of who the organizations are that are receiving those at this point?
It's a variety. I think Community Action Board is one of them. PVPSA is potentially another one. And
Bardas Unidos,
believe. So there's a variety that it goes out to.
Compass, okay. So those are the usual suspects, right? Those are youth serving agencies. So that's
Food
great.
What, I believe, too, is another.
Oh, Food What's a great one.
Yeah, it's a newer program, not so new anymore, but some dollars go to there.
We also have a pet program that comes into the juvenile hall.
A tech program?
Pet.
Oh, animals, great, even better. That's great.
We have Conflict Resolution Center as well. So they provide a variety of services for us, especially victim offender dialogue, and then the parent teen mediation is huge for us.
Yeah. So with adding a ranch camp, are we doing that eventually after sort of the juvenile hall renovation?
We hope to do that by this fall.
By the fall.
Yeah, we're developing it. And again, a lot of the surveys that we're launching and focus groups with youth and families and family advisory group, that's going to help inform. We heard that at several meetings that's definitely what folks want.
Right.
So we're going to committed to doing that. And so we're not committing anyone there at the moment. But if there is, hopefully, I think in the fall is September is the date.
Okay. And again, to remind the public, it is a level of care that is ordered by the judge. It's not that you are hoping to put kids
No,
there.
yeah, always. It's something that
it's not a level of care we want kids to be in. We want to try to do everything we can to prevent them from going there. But some kids do bad things and they must, have consequences for that. And that's ranch camp before they go up.
A variety of
levels.
factors is sometimes difficult to describe what happens in the court process, but ultimately it could be to a disposition to a ranch camp or SYTF again.
Yeah, I know.
I say if the judge orders it, they will be able to serve them locally instead of having to send them out of the county.
Sure. And I completely understand the community's desire to not have kids ever go to that level. You know, having been somebody who's had to preside over these matters in closed sessions for the last whatever, it is really sad, some of the things that we've had to see and some of the things that you and your staff have to see. So our hope is, right, to help kids so that they never do those types of things again, ever. So in terms of putting together a program, because it's not just we're having a ranch camp at our regular hall, it's that there must be specific specialized programs that are put into place for that level of care, right?
Yeah, and a lot of it really matches the slides that our director, Sarah Berman, showed for the SYTF. So actually, a lot of our kids are every kid in there is getting a better level of service because of standing up the SYTF, because it's not like we're only reserving some of those services for that group, or that right now it's one person. Every youth can get accessibility to that. So it's enhancing the level of care for everyone in the facility. But we do know, for instance, a camp commitment, I'll speak to that. Those are generally 6 to 9 months in duration, so shorter than what a SYTF commitment. So we have to think about, well, what do we do? What dosage? How rapidly do we start reentry? If they're leaving in 6 to 9 months, then we start planning for that almost right away. So that's why it's, you know, we have to do some real critical thinking around how we do this the right way.
Okay, that's great. Okay, well, I feel satisfied with the budget today. One of the things, just maybe, and I don't know if this is direction or just a request from the greater staff, is that I knew we had core to provide money to community organizations, et cetera. But we keep sort of discovering, at least the new people discovering, that we're also giving money through probation and to CAN and Gemma. Like, these are things that are outside of the core. And so I guess I would like to know in general in the future, what other organizations are receiving money from which departments. I'd like a full list of those things.
Supervisor,
this is it.
We have a whole list. It's called the Continuing Agreements List, and all of these awardees and all of the awardees through other departments. So you can see for every department what they're contracting with on the Continuing Agreements List. But we're happy to meet with you offline too.
Okay, thank you. So I feel satisfied with the budget today. This is an award-winning probation department. You've done amazing work transforming over the time that I've been in this county, and I just want to commend you for all the good work, and congratulations on the recent groundbreaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep my comments really brief, extremely brief. So for the sake of time, I'm going to thank the department, the probation department, our assistant CEO. I didn't know she had one of those monitors there on her ankle. But, you know, I wanted to see if one of the things that we could possibly lean into is the labor apprenticeships, labor trades apprenticeships for young people, especially if they, you know, turn 18, 19, to lean into that. You know, I know they have training facilities throughout Northern California, in Morgan Hill, Gilroy, Watsonville, Castroville. They all got different trades, have different apprenticeships, you know, whether it's electricians, carpenters. I think that's valuable asset, you know. Not all of them want to continue with going to college or university, and that's an excellent trade as well that pays just as well, if not more, than working in the workforce. With that, I'll bring it back to the board unless our assistant CEO wants to say anything else. I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
I move the recommended action with additional direction for staff to return on June 10th with a report on the precise amount of money available from savings from the Secure Youth Treatment Facility that can be reinvested in community-based youth diversion and support services in the 25-26 fiscal year.
I'll second it.
We have a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second from Supervisor Cummings. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Koenig. Martinez. Aye. Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa? I, however, I think that we need to look for savings across all departments. And so I would just caution us to be careful if there are savings here that we could pull back to the general fund, and in other departments, I would prefer that. I think we do have, it sounds like, investment in the community. And I think I've given you many examples of prevention services already happening for kids across this county. So thank you.
And Hernandez.
I'd say make sure that you have a conservative budget to make sure you have any anticipating shortfalls, any anticipating changes in the state funding or federal government funding. So, because we're all looking out for that right now. Motion passes unanimously. We will now take a short lunch recess for 45-minute break. We'll be back at 12:45.
Recording stopped.
Your
Recording in progress.
Yes, Chair, we're ready.
Okay, we'll now reconvene this meeting. Next, we have Land Use and Community Services. Item number 10, consider approval of the proposed 2025-2026 budget for community development and infrastructure, including all supplemental materials, and take related actions as outlined in the reference budget documents and recommended by the CEO.
All right, thank you. And
Machado.
thank you. And good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and fellow supervisors. Good to be here. Before I kick off the presentation, I do want to take a moment to thank a few people. I want to start by thanking CEO Palacios for his leadership and his guidance to get us here today. Also would like to thank our CEO budget team, especially Nicole Coburn, Marcus Pimentel, and Lana Martinez Davis. Just an amazing lift. They did some really, really good work, including the online budget. It's very impressive. It's very transparent. It's very useful. And it just continues to get better and better each year. So I want to thank them for that. And then I'd also like to thank our department leadership. They really worked hard to get us here today, especially Kim Moore and Amy Wilbanks. They did the heavy lift on the numbers and pulling it together, and everybody was really big into it. But I just want to thank them before we get started. So we'll kick this off. So CDI is the combination of planning and public works. Our primary function is to develop land use policy that shapes and develops our built environment, resulting in our department providing daily services to our community, such as building permit services, sanitation, solid waste, and transportation, all services that our community depends upon for a sustainable modern lifestyle. Okay. Today, I will cover the following topics for our combined department and also for the planning and public works areas more specifically. Our department mission is focused on attainable housing, reliable transportation, and a sustainable environment. The slide before you is a combined look at our department budget. Some points that I would like to make include that our overall budget is down due to a few factors. Many large projects have been completed. We are also seeing reduced state and federal housing grants, and we are projecting a more uncertain economy from a development side and from some of the federal grants that we're expecting to receive. Additionally, you can see that there is $4.1 million of Measure K being recommended for services that we provide in the unincorporated area. This includes both planning and public works services. And then lastly, this slide includes a summary of proposed staffing changes. One FTE was added during the current fiscal year, during the mid-year budget adjustment. And now we are proposing 2 additional FTEs in planning. Those would be our building permit techs. And we're recommending 6 FTEs in public works. Those would be our solid waste maintenance workers to transition our recycling program to in-house staffing. So I'm going to transition into more specifics, and I'll start with our planning area of responsibility. Our planning responsibilities are under our permit responsibilities are under the leadership of Jocelyn Drake. Jocelyn's group manages our Unified Permit Center, environmental planning, our building department, and development review. Our planning policy, housing, and code compliance is under the leadership of Stephanie Hansen. Next, we will review the budget specifics for our planning group. So our overall planning budget is down a bit due to earlier discussed factors, including reduced activity in our CZU rebuild efforts, the end of our 4-leaf contract, and reduced grants from state and federal sources. Staffing changes are shown here, which I mentioned already, the 1 add during the mid-year, and now 2 proposed FTEs as part of our supplement, which would add 2 building permit techs. It's worth noting that our planning budget does meet our general fund contribution target. It's actually slightly below it, so that's good news. And then next, we'll review some proposed major line item budget changes, and I'll start with the revenue side. So we are anticipating a significant number of housing projects to be entitled and permitted this fiscal year, yet we do not anticipate them to be fully built out for this coming year. And that explains the first two line items on this slide. And then the last line item is a reflection of reduced state and federal grant funding. And then on the flip side, of course, is our expense side. The line items reflected here mostly represent actual cost changes in staffing or actual cost and facility uses. So this slide is just a quick look at our housing funds and our program. We are showing a decrease in revenue due to lower federal and state funding. Expenditures, which include carryover fund balance, includes funding for affordable housing projects such as Thurber Lane in Soquel and a mid-pid project down in South County. Expenditures also include the affordable housing nexus study needed to analyze our impact fees and inclusionary rates. This year, housing is anticipating the sale of 5 Measure J units, 4 of those in Aptos Village Phase 2, and one of them is a resale condo in Live Oak. The items listed here have been mentioned already, but it really is an important reminder of our state and federal risks. Keep those in mind. Some of the emerging issues in our planning group include our recovery permit center transition. This will be our first year without the 4-leaf contract. Our unified permit center now fully supports our CZU victims. The building permit organizational assessment, which we talked a lot about recently, we'll be returning on 6/24 for a complete work plan, which will include immediate and long-term process improvements. And then, we are anticipating slowing development amid cost and economy concerns. I think we all see this nationwide. There's trends due to increased interest rates, inflation, federal instability. It's making people weary, and we're anticipating that slower growth this year. And we've already discussed a bit about the reduced housing funds. Government funding for housing and community development has declined, and we anticipate that to continue this year. And then lastly, the evolving state regulations. I've got a couple examples I'd like to share. AB 2234 requires all building permits for housing projects to receive first round review comments within 15 days of submittal, and the final permit issuance occurs within 30 days of determining that completeness. State law is constantly changing, and so must we. And I think that really ties to our process improvement as well. And then also SB 937, which defers the payment of development impact fees from the time of building permit issuance to the issuance of certificate of occupancy for most housing development projects. Okay, shifting gears to Public Works. So we'll spend the rest of our slides on Public Works. Public Works is made up of 3 primary groups. Our administration support, which is led by Kim Moore, our transportation group led by Steve Wiesner, and special services led by Carolyn Burke. Here on this slide, you can see graphically what's included in transportation and special services. There's a lot of services provided in these groups. So looking at some of the details of the budget for Public Works, as discussed earlier, the overall budget is lower due to completion of some large projects. And then I'll point out here is that a part of our proposed budget includes a general fund contribution of 1.98 million and a district sales tax contribution from Measure K of 2.1 million. Most of the general fund investment, about 3.9 million, is for road and drainage infrastructure maintenance. And this is a significant increase, recognizing the county's deferred maintenance needs, deteriorating conditions, and aging infrastructure. And we'll discuss this more in following slides in much more detail. And then lastly, the slide shows our proposed addition of 6 full-time equivalents to support our solid waste and recycling operations. This would be for our recycling centers in Ben Lomond and in Buena Vista. So this slide and the next slide show major budget line item changes in both revenue and expenditures. The first two lines, you can really see the magnitude of project completion. Also shown here is the proposed general fund contribution of 3.9 million for transportation, and also a new grant from NOAA to continue our efforts on the Watsonville Slough project. With revenue changes, so is there a complementary change in expenses? And so this slide shows a bit more detail on the proposed general fund contribution of the 3.9 million, showing that 2.2 million would go toward road operations and 1.68 million toward project and project matches. So getting into a bit of that detail, excuse me, sorry. Just had lunch. That seems to be, should have brought my water with me, but I'm good. Into the detail of the general fund ask. So this is how we would plan to spend that money. The most significant investment is in road operations. In 2024, we saw a dramatic reduction in operations due to the 23 disaster response and repair. And so we are striving to reduce this reduction as compared to the prior 4-year average. The proposed general fund spending and operations is expected to close a significant portion of the gap in operations. Additionally, on this list, and we talked about this a couple of weeks back as part of our Zone 5 budget, but included on this list are Capitola Road culvert rehab. And then the last few items are project matches for grants that we've received. And namely the inter-county route resurfacing. That includes resurfacing of a handful of roads down in District 2 and in District 4. So this next slide is a list of some of our major projects proposed in this budget. So this is what you can expect to see as part of this budget. Additionally, though, there's 117 projects with an investment of more than 70 million into county infrastructure, and that list is on the county's website in the budget. But here's a glimpse of some of the larger, more high-profile projects. Federal risks include uncertainty with the current administration regarding grants and FEMA reimbursement. We've talked a bit about this. State risk is really regarding state fuel tax funding, which could be subject to reductions due to the economy and federal import tariffs. Less fuel use is less fuel taxes and could significantly impact our budget in the future. Some of our emerging issues in public works. And by the way, there is even a more complete list, narratives on our online budget, but I'll cover these today. So the county's highway bridge program includes 19 projects estimated at $35 million. And even though this list of projects is fully funded through state and federal grants, we have delayed delivery due to staff being redirected to emergencies. And we've had a lot of those, such as storms in 2017 and 2023, and even the CZU fire. And so delays have put our bridge funding grants at risk. The county also faces significant challenges in completing storm-related projects from 2017 and 2023. We have 31 projects remaining from the 2017 disaster and 85 projects pending from the 2023 emergencies. The need for local matching funds is roughly about 20%. And so this places pressure on the budget. In addition to funding pressures, delays in project delivery puts these projects at risk for reimbursement due to federal time restrictions and limitations. In 2024, the county issued $80 million of debt to sustain our cash flow while it awaited federal reimbursement for completed 23 storms. The debt is to be repaid once federal reimbursements are received. The current debt service in this proposed budget is $1.4 million from our gas taxes. This is at risk to go much higher if those federal reimbursements don't materialize. And this new debt obligation and the risk of higher debt service puts further pressure on discretionary transportation funds that would otherwise be leveraged with state and federal funding. to complete critical infrastructure projects and road operations. A little bit about 1383, our grant funding expires in about a year, and we'll need additional revenues to implement that state law. Most of this will be to implement the edible food recovery requirement, which diverts edible food from the landfill. This ties closely to our transition of our recycling program from gray bears to internal staffing, which will have significant savings that we could then put into the edible food recovery program. And then the last item there is the landfill gas to energy, and this is a really great opportunity. It's also an emerging issue. It's right now today we convert our landfill gas into electricity directly. We'll be looking at alternatives this year, considering if a hydrogen fueling station is viable. So that's an emerging issue that could result in some really positive results. And then our last slide of the day here is our recommendations. Recommendation to approve the proposed budget as listed here. And I want to thank you for your continued support and let you know that staff and I are here today to answer any questions that you may have.
We'll do that. We're going to take it out to the public to see if anybody would like to address us on this item. Seeing none, anybody online?
We have no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board. I'll start off to my far left with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Machado, for the presentation. I think we're going to talk pretty extensively on June 24th about the planning department side of the House. And so I don't have too many comments there other than, I'm excited about the investment in the additional planning tax as was recommended in the Baker-Tilly report. And I mean, the reason I'm supportive of that is not only better customer service that it'll provide people trying to build in our community, but that ultimately, although it's not shown directly in the department's budget, the more housing we build, ultimately, I mean, that is a revenue center for the county that will result in increased property taxes. And it also just impacts, also at the cost side of the house, right? If as we're able to add more housing, we start to see price increases go up, maybe not as fast, and then it makes it easier to hire staff across all departments. So I really think that's an important investment and glad to see that it made it into the budget. Moving over to the road side of things, I want to thank the CEO's office, CEO Palacios, and really everyone on your staff as well, Mr. Machado, for to see this investment of $4 million in road operations. I mean, and that is higher than we've seen from the general fund in the past. I think it's a great step in the right direction. It's also really not enough yet, but I think it's incrementally moving in the right direction. I mean, some of the larger capital projects that you mentioned that we're paying for out of that, are just essential. I mean, they're on two of our largest roadways, right? We're doing a culvert under Capitola Road, which moves about 15,000 people a day. We're putting in, we're taking out a very antiquated stop sign on Soquel Drive, which I think moves closer to 20,000 people a day. These are really two of our largest roads in the county. And so it's not like these are sort of fun projects that we're doing here. I mean, these are just absolutely essential to how people get around our community. And I'm glad that we are funding those. I wonder if you could just help us understand, as far as the investment in road operations, how this year's investments and the amount of work that we're able to do with that money compares to, let's just say, our kind of average in the past. I know that last year was particularly low as far as what we delivered, but maybe how does this year compare to past the averages?
Sure. No, that's a great question. Thank you for that. So, we do try to track our delivery of road operations, in particular, ditch cleaning, culvert repair replacement, roadway patching, and striping. And so those 4-year averages are kind of running averages. In 2024, as you mentioned, we were greatly reduced in all those areas. I mean, significantly. So I'll use striping as an example. The delta between our 4-year average in 2024, the delta that what we reduced was about 115 miles less. And so in this given year, where our plan is to do about 60 miles. And so we're closing that gap about 50%. So I think that's a good generalization that this additional funding will close that delta, that gap, about 50%. That's a pretty good generalization, and striping is the good example.
Yes, I mean, my understanding is that we're doing somewhere between like 50 to 75% of kind of our historic averages. So as far as the amount of work we're doing this year in various in areas like roadbed maintenance, pavement striping, culvert repairs, ditch cleaning. But like if you look at what we've done in the past, we're still only at like 50 to 75% in most of those categories.
Yeah, that's correct. That is correct.
And is that because we're seeing a drop in revenues elsewhere? I mean, where are gas taxes going down or something like that used to help pay for this?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we're not seeing a reduction. I mean, that is an emerging risk that I identified with, tariffs and the economy, but we haven't seen that reduction. But we have seen is just static revenue. And static revenue, because of inflation, means that you're getting less work done with the same amount of money because costs continue to rise. So that's really what's driving that difference. And yeah, that's really the main driver, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's the timing of this is, if not, I mean, maybe not unfortunate. It's not quite the right word, but certainly not ideal, because I mean, especially for some of our new board members, we haven't gone through the pavement condition index report, right? Which is going to be updated this year. Where we haven't seen a report on the culverts, which I understand there's over 500 culverts that are like already failed in our county, and then another, was it 700 to 900 that are close in poor condition.
Correct.
And so, I mean, every department that we've talked about, all the funding for all these departments is built on the fact that we have a road network, right? I mean, that's kind of the fundamental service that the county provides. And we've sort of over the last 150 years been able to build on top of that. And I'm extremely concerned that, I mean, we've gotten away with under investing in that network for decades. And part of it is the way that FEMA has worked and the disaster funding. I mean, how much of the investment we've made in our roads in the past decade has come from FEMA money?
Well, that's an interesting question, because the investment is really this damage, right? And so, but I mean, from FEMA and federal highways, it's been hundreds of millions of dollars to repair storm damage,
right?
Which, means that you can't get to maintenance. So it's almost to the same degree as our bridge program, where we've had to really somewhat ignore our bridge program because we've had to respond to disasters for the last, 8 years. And it's really diverted all of our resources into storm damage. That's right.
Especially, of course, on the design and engineering side of the house. I mean, just because there's only so many folks in the department that can do that work. Yeah, I mean, and so as I said in my opening comments, one of the things that scares me more than anything is the possibility that what qualifies as a federally declared disaster could increase beyond the reach of a lot of the storms that we've seen, and that all of a sudden the damage that we see on our roads might not be eligible for that funding. I mean, and that to me is like, I mean, we're already in crisis mode, and that just like we could be facing widespread infrastructure collapse if that comes to pass. And I think we really need like a mobilization plan where, I mean, we're facing emergencies on both fronts, right? I mean, on the one hand, on the social services side, and this is really the one we have not talked about as much, but that I think we need to be equally ready for. I mean, we don't know. I mean, maybe it won't happen, right? Just like maybe the Medicaid cuts won't happen. But I think in the scenarios we're looking at, and it's one that we have to be ready for to respond to later on this year, that's absolutely one of them. Because then we're going to need to do something to really try to prevent as much damage as possible on our roads. What if there was I mean, do we have any kind of like plan to make it so that we're going to, just see half as much damage in the next major storm as we did in 2023? I mean, what would that look like? What would we have to do to prevent another $140 million worth of damage and, the next big storm?
Yeah, well, that's crystal ball type of conversation, which I don't know that I could really project that, but if we can make the repairs from 2017 and 2023 and start investing in this deferred maintenance, it'll certainly make us more resilient to the future storms. And so our hope is that we have another dry few winters to where we can get caught up on the disaster repairs and then start investing in deferred maintenance. And that's the best way to protect ourselves from the future is to reinforce the existing system and not wait for it to be susceptible to storms. But we really need some more cooperation from Mother Nature is what we're really banking on.
Yeah, I mean, and the clock is ticking on that, right? I mean, if the past is a predictor of the future, maybe we've got 6 years between major storms, right? I mean, 2016, 17 up to 22, 23. So we got 1 year down, which is great. It was a dry year, but maybe 5 left. Of course, we're also seeing, like in 2024, we still had $6.4 million worth of significant damage. So even like the not so big years there's still stuff happening. So yeah, I mean, I think we need more of a mobilization plan. I mean, and then the other piece of this is it's not just like, we heard earlier, people over pavement, right? I mean, and I hear that, and like maybe not every single repair is absolutely necessary, but certainly people are losing access to their homes, or if they're now being diverted another 45 minutes out of their way and they have to do that twice a day, that's like just could fundamentally change people's lives and could also lead to increased lawsuits against the county. That's my big concern. We're already seeing, I mean, as we heard, double-digit growth in terms of the lawsuits that we're seeing against the county. And my fear would be that as we see rising damages, we also see just rising liability, or just we're caught up in more cases. I mean, we saw that with, certainly the failure of the Pajaro River levee now, twice, that whether it's our fault or not, we're getting dragged into that, and that's extremely costly. So I'll leave my comments there for now and let my colleagues comment on this as well, but those are my general thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Director Machado, for the presentation and for all of the good work happening in your department. I've been learning a lot about your department over the last several months and have really appreciated the way that you're partnering with each of us to accomplish big projects in our various districts and across the county. A couple of them over the last few months, the improvement or the support on Mount Charlie Road has been huge. It's an example of one of those washouts that really impacted quality of life and became a major emergency for those residents. And so I appreciate your department doing what you can to do a temporary fix and also a paving project over there as well. And I also appreciate just your work in partnership with my office on changes and operations in the Ben Lomond transfer station, both relative to recycling and the CRV programs, and also, some possible extensions to services down in the future that we'll continue to talk about, but just really appreciate your support in a service that's very important to residents in my neck of the woods. I'm really just struck by this balance that we're in, right? Supervisor Koenig talked about that, the timing's not great for an investment in roads. I mean, there never really is. But given just the financial landscape that we're facing, it's a tough conversation to have. And we see so firsthand the impact of these deferred maintenance projects. And so I'm really supportive of smart, planful investments that will help us avoid major costs down the road, right? That's the balance that I think I'm trying to strike as I consider all of these options. One of the pieces that came up yesterday that I'd like you to help me understand is the funding that's being added to the department, 2 million from Measure K and 2 million from General Fund, roughly. You gave us a breakdown of how that was going to be used. And I was wondering between now and October, sometime in October when we are approving or adopting the final budget, how much of that work will you be getting started or would be obligating of these funds between, that time period? Because my thoughts are that we're going to learn a lot more about the federal picture and the cuts to Medicaid and other needs. And if we do need to look at any other place across the county where we're, obligating funds, I'd love to know if there's any sort of deferral, a quarter worth of months, 3 or 4 months deferral on any of these projects that would be possible.
Right, that's a great question. And so I put that slide back up on the screen. The first 2 line items are operational. So those, if approved today, would, starting July 1, would start slowly using those funds. But the bottom 4 are really projects that will come back to your board for further consideration and approval. So the timing on those bottom 4 is really up to the discretion of the board, and you will have another chance to consider, review, and look at all the financial landscape. So that's probably the best way to respond to it, is to break those into those 2 categories.
That's helpful. So about 2.25, we'll just start going into your operational budget. Correct. And then the rest, talk to me about what work your department does and what goes into bringing us a project for approval, because right. I just understand that, by the time it gets to us, sometimes things are tucked on consent and it's like things are moving, and I would hate to be disruptive. I'd rather be a little more planful if there's possibilities.
Right. Good question. So these projects will go out to bid. And so you will see a board item that says to ask you to let us advertise. And now typically we advertise, and if the bids come in within certain parameters, we have the authority to award and start. You could certainly say, yes, here's your authority to advertise, and then bring the contracts back to us for review, timing, consideration. So you'll see, in general, you would see 2 board items for each of these projects that include contracts, which are those bottom 4. So there will be ample time. And these projects do require design, and so they do take some time. These won't be July 1 kind of board items. And so I can put together a schedule, what our anticipated schedule is for these 4 projects. And then you could, and we could let you know, of course, too, but you could kind of have it on your radar, the timing of these projects.
And do you have a preference as to whether or not the board maybe says pause before you go to bid or after you go to bid?
Yeah, I think it'd be better if we paused before we advertise, because we don't want to be in a situation where we advertise, contractors put a lot of work in, and then we're under a time clock to award or to throw the bids out. So it'd be better to pause before we advertise.
And do you just kind of ballpark with your schedule? Do you have a sense of any of them that'll be coming? You were planning on advertising this summer, for example?
I'm not sure this summer. Maybe the inter-county, Mr. Steve Robertson in the fall. So the signal on SoCal Drive could be this fall.
Got it. Okay. That's helpful to know. I'm also new to the RTC, and I understand that there's some grant programs that the RTC does. Does that funding come into play at all with any of these projects or future projects?
It does. In fact, the bottom 2 projects on this list are partially funded by prior RTC consolidated grants that we were awarded a couple of years ago. And so it's the one area of grants that we pursue every single opportunity, because they're they're not truly local funds, but they're local within our region for competition, and they're mostly state funds, which are easier to spend than federal grants. And so that's our number one priority for grant pursuit.
And do you see that as an opportunity to further meet some of the goals we have for road improvements? I mean, is there more opportunity? Are we concerned that might also go away?
No, well, I don't know that we're concerned that it'll go away, but we know that this year there's expected to be a call for projects. We expect it to be a smaller call this year than in prior years. So that's a little bit concerning. But in general, we expect it to be consistent and steady. Some of the funds, actually a considerable amount of the funds, come from the federal transportation bill, which is good till 2026, and they're doing a reauthorization now, and we hope that that continues. But it's not that the overall funds are really at risk, but the competition side is always a challenge, and it really gets down to, really down into the weeds of what projects this region wants to prioritize. And in the past, we've had some pretty considerable discussions about what our region's priorities are. The cities, the metro, the county, all of us together is a challenge because there's never enough money to go around.
And is there an opportunity for the supervisors to provide input on what county applications we
Absolutely
submit?
We actually, and I may call on Steve, but we actually meet with each district and try to identify your priorities, and then we'll package the applications that way based upon your priorities. I mean, we, a little collaboration, we try to identify what we think would be, the most important, and then you share with us what you think is important to your community, and we find a middle ground there somewhere.
Great, thank you. And so I guess going back to the slide in front of us, I think you're kind of clear at what my concern is obligating funds and then finding out more information in the fall. That means that we have to really scale back operations just to preserve the safety net. And so I would appreciate you bringing back to us information as these projects continue down the pipeline. I'm sensitive to not delay things if we don't have to. Every one of these projects is critically important. I really support increasing road funding where we can. It's long overdue. So, I'm in agreement with so much of the work of your department. And I think what our job is to try to balance the timing as well as the other unknowns and critical needs happening in our county. One final question related to the 2 FTEs that are being added. I'm glad to see that made its way in there as a result of the Baker-Tilly report. Can you, I believe at one point there might have been a question of if it was 2 building permit technicians that you needed, or one of those, maybe one of a different type of position. Did you sort of land on that being the role that would be most critical to helping moving things forward?
I think we're looking at building permit techs. And so those would be front counter help to really answer, people's questions, to do more Q&A, to really kind of shepherd people through the process. And so just to provide that direct customer service is our vision with those 2 positions. So at this point, we plan to keep them as proposed permit techs.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was hard to hear about SB1 funds dwindling because I've been trying to get a little bit of that SB1 fund for South County. But I don't know who's driving less because I'm stuck in traffic every day in South County. And it seems like every Tuesday there's more cars. There's over 100,000 cars on Highway 1 that go through there, traverse on Highway 1. And it seems like who's driving less? It feels like every week there's more cars. So I certainly know South County is putting their fair share in the SB1 funds in their gas tax there. But Supervisor, the SERPA?
Thank you. I think my colleagues have pretty much covered everything that I'm concerned about. I do agree that the road funding is critical for this county, and I look forward to even having more money in the road funds. I have talked at length with Steve Wiesner about the competitive nature of the RTC funding, and it'll be up to us to vote on that. It doesn't seem equitable because there's some districts that have a tremendous amount of roads, they like mine, for example, that don't get a sort of a fair shake on the money that's available for competitive granting. So anyway, hopefully this year we'll get the money that we need to at least do a couple of the roads in my area. Anyway, thank you. I know there's been a lot of pressure on your staff to sort of do cultural change this year, and I want to thank you, your leadership and your entire team of staff, because I know that it probably doesn't feel good to have complaints, a lot of complaints, and sometimes the good things that they do don't rise to the surface. So I just want to let you know that I know that some people are very satisfied with the way they're being treated and the speed at which they're getting permits. Other people not so happy. So I know that there's a balance there, and just hang in there and keep up the good work.
Thank you for those comments.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to start by thanking you for the presentation, for all the hard work you all do at trying to be as responsive as possible to the many needs and issues that we're facing as it pertains to our roads. And I just want to commend you all on the response that you all have done during the storms. I mean, really to try to get debris off roads and to get roads open and clear so that people can continue kind of going about their business during challenging times. I guess one question I just want to confirm with you, there were 3 projects that my office brought to the board that were approved by the board this past year: Cement Plant Road, Shark Fin Cove, nighttime beach enclosures, which includes a coastal development permit. Just want to confirm with you that those are included in this year's work plan. And then also, I know that I think all of them, if not maybe a few of them, were supposed to commence in July, and just want to confirm that that is the case.
Yeah, those are good questions. So the Shark Fin parking lot and the Cement Plant Road are fully budgeted. They're in the work plan. And I know a transportation group is itching to get started on those. So in July, they're both going to take some time, but they're committed to starting the process and going as far as we can with both those projects. The North Coast parking restrictions has clear board direction, and so that's in our view. We're still wrestling a little bit with how to squeeze it into the work plan and how to adequately fund it. We're considering having to use some of our on-call consultants to do some of that work, and so there's an actual cost. And so we're working through those details, but we know it's board directed, and so we're committed to finding a way to squeeze it in there.
Okay, because I know those are 3 priority projects for our district that people have been itching to get moving for years. And then also, I guess I do share some issues around equity with that Supervisor Serpa brought up. I mean, because one of the concerns I have is that, especially as it pertains to the Measure K funds, is that our district, since we have fewer roads, will see less funding, and that particularly is, I wouldn't say problematic, but a concern of mine, because my office was the one that really led the effort to get Measure K passed, working with District 4 and some county staff, but we were really the ones instrumental in getting out there and making sure we got Measure K passed, which is bringing in now $10 million a year to the county. And then if we are not seeing, when the $2 million that goes towards roads is not, if we're not seeing those benefits, it makes it really problematic for the people in my district to understand, well, why did we support this if we're not even seeing that much money come towards, this district and roads and some of the, associated projects. And so I don't know if there's a way to get a breakdown of how much is being spent per district, but that's something that I know is concerning. And especially when we go to renew Measure G, or if we go back to the voters, there needs to be a way that the funding is distributed equitably across the different districts. Because otherwise we're the ones who get the shaft most of the time just because we have fewer roads.
That's a good comment. I will share with you, email it to you, our program of those operations, and we break it down by district. And I can assure you District 3 is getting, definitely its fair share, and I can show those numbers to you. So I'll send you an email so you have that program list, and you can be assured that you're getting your fair share of those operations. Thank you for that comment.
So first of all, thank you for the presentation and thank you for all the work that you guys do. You have been doing amazing work. The Green Valley corridor, and I'm looking forward to the grand opening there. And then I know we're not talking too much about CDI, but also, thank you for all the work that you guys got ahead of you that you guys are going to, work through to make sure that we have a more streamlined operation. So I know it's a big task. So thank you for that in advance. And thank you for all the emergency road repairs that need to happen. It's always a number one calls that we get for constituents, for us at least. So I want to talk a little bit similar to Supervisor DeSerpa and Supervisor Cummings. And I've brought it up to you before. I think in our meeting we brought this up as well. But I'd like to see, and would also be supportive of equal distribution of the $2 million in the Measure K funds and the $2 million in the general fund contributions as a fair, equitable approach to investing in our county's transportation infrastructure. Every district faces critical road maintenance, but our area has long suffered chronic underinvestment. And I think that this disparity is plainly visible when traveling through our rural areas, semi-rural areas, our unincorporated roads. And I get it that, like Supervisor Cummings, we have less roads, but given that we have actually one of the least amount of roads, those roads should be covered in gold, or at least some pavement is at least 10 years old. And it's especially frustrating that under the current recommendation, District 3 and 4, like Supervisor Cummings said, worked tirelessly, and whose staff also worked tirelessly on their own time and contributed hundreds of volunteer hours, personal donations, grassroots organizing to ensure the passage of Measure K, and would receive the least benefit. And for every funding source, it's also the same thing, where it receives the least funding benefits. We made calls, walked through neighborhoods, built a widespread support for it, yet it seems that this outdated road miles formula continues to prioritize geography over the actual needs, the effort, and equity. Measure K is a new funding source, and instead of applying archaic legacy formula designed for baseline maintenance fails to reflect the values and intent behind this voter-approved initiative, it ignores key equity factors. It overlooks the reality on the ground in underserved communities and underserved areas. And let's not forget that the 1.9 million from the general fund, or the 2 million from the general fund and the 2 million from Measure K, are a total of over 4 million, have been transferred into public works. These are significant new investments aimed at addressing longstanding infrastructure deficiencies. So we got to ensure that these funds are also distributed both fairly, effectively, and equitably. So I'd like to see if that's a possibility, if we can. I know you're going to bring out this, but Supervisor Cummings asked to bring this budget back and see how it's going to be spent. But I'd like to see if we can spend that $4 million, the Measure K and the general fund funds, equally across all 5 supervisorial districts.
I could respond to that a little bit. A couple things. First of all, I think we have to look at the different buckets of road money and what each is doing. And this is really the only bucket that we have for just general maintenance and operations. The RTC money is a great opportunity to invest in new projects. And I think that we are looking equally across districts at opportunities to make those investments. The Measure D money, okay, granted that that's being divided by formula, it's true, but I mean, I think the RTC investments are probably the best opportunity for equity, but I mean, we have to maintain the existing road network we have. And so, I mean, I don't know the exact percentages, how they break down by district, but it just doesn't make sense to only, to not try to just maintain the network as a whole. I mean, and think about it. The road network supports the properties that pay property taxes that support our entire county budget. And most of the property taxes in the unincorporated area are coming from areas where there's roads, which are, I mean, if we don't support the roads, then we're not, I mean, even with the investment we're making from the general fund, $2 million out of 80 million in property tax revenues, that's 2.5% of the property taxes. I think most voters, if they knew that, would be furious. And of course, we do hear from them when their road washes out and they're here out the door. But I mean, from that perspective, the entire county budget is an equity investment because we're not actually putting it back towards the infrastructure that supports the properties. We are investing it largely in social services. So I think we have to be careful how we look at it that way. I mean, the other thing about the Measure K money is we actually have to spend it in the unincorporated area. And so,
yeah, I agree with that.
And look at where it's being generated. Upper 41st is probably half of it. Go ahead. I mean, look at the top producers of sales tax revenue in our county. They're not in District 3 and District 4. I'm sorry. It's just because the cities are the ones primarily collecting the sales tax revenue in those areas. And so it's just, we just got to maintain.
South County doesn't contribute only 8% of the sales tax either, because that's the percentage that we get back. And, you know, I could say the same thing about SB1 money. I think we probably put in most of that and out of our county, and we don't see, you know, we don't see 8% of that, I think. That's probably even less.
So let me offer something else, which is you don't just use the road network in the district you live in. I mean, and this actually is a great argument for why, in my opinion, like fixing the light at Robertson Road is a non-negotiable. Because think about all the people coming from South County to work at Dominican Hospital or any of the businesses on Upper 41st, like they're all using SoCal Drive. They're all stuck in that traffic. It's not like the investment that we make in this light in the first district is only helping first district residents.
That's exactly why I brought up SB1, right? Because all those cars that are driving to Dominican are contributing to SB1, right? You know?
I guess the last thing I'll add, though, is just really highlighting how we got Measure K passed, and that was between these two offices. And so we're trying, I mean, yes, we have the less sales tax generating revenue, but we put the most work in to try to get this passed. And so for me, it's like we do have road concerns, and our concern is that we're constantly being left out because of the fact that we do have more rural roads. Well, we have less rural roads. We have roads where there's not a whole lot of businesses and mostly ag, or, you know, in my case, it's a lot of open space, which we generate a lot of revenue too, because we have a lot of open space that people are going to be going to, whether it's the beaches. We're going to have more people going to Cotonee Coast areas. We're going to have more people going to Supervisors. So I do want to, you know, make sure that we're being clear here. It's less so much about where is the property tax being sales tax being generated. It's the fact that we wouldn't have this option right now if it weren't for these two offices. And so what we're trying to do, at least in this round, is see how we can have, and you know, if the I mean, it's something that we can also decide on the 10th. I mean, it might be that, you know, the stoplight is really critical and we want to support that. But I think what we want to see are options of how this could look if it's equitably distributed, especially since we don't have the numbers in front of us on how the funding is going to be distributed across the different jurisdictions. And I know, for example, that maybe in my jurisdiction, there's more ditching, maybe there's more roads in, you know, in D5, but I think that's something that we should consider because we're really trying to make sure that we're addressing the needs of the people who voted on Measure K and brought this forward, and they want to see the money being reinvested into their communities as well.
So would we be able to see that on June 10th?
The
money is distributed, if it could be more equitable?
Well, we can certainly show you where we're planning to spend the money. I could share the same chart with you. I would add a couple pieces of information. I know we're talking about gas taxes and SB1, which is gas tax. So counties and cities both receive those funds for roads. And so that's already a state formula that, you know, the county gets to share, the cities get their share. I could also offer that we're talking about road miles per district. We could show you the population per district for the unincorporated communities, and that might help add to this conversation. So I think all that information is at our fingertips. So we certainly could just share that with all 5 of you, just so you know the split of population who's paying, you know, the gas taxes or the Measure K or whichever topic you want to talk about. I think we could even get our hands on the share of gas taxes that the cities receive, because I know they represent some significant portions of your districts. And I think that's important to put in there as well. So I think we could just share that via an email so that you have more information and more data. And I mean, certainly as the policy board, we'll take your direction. So I'm not here to argue these points. I just could share more data and for a more informed conversation.
So I'll move the recommended actions with additional direction that CDI prepare an emergency investment plan to minimize damage from future storms to be considered if the federal administration changes FEMA funding rules.
That's a question. As we've started introducing these various plans, they do come with a cost as well. And so I'm just wondering what the capacity is, because, you know, we want to get for example, you know, we've already approved the nighttime beach closure. That needs a coastal development permit. You all are saying that you're at capacity to do that. I'm not saying I don't want to do it, but I'm just trying to understand, you know, what that kind of study would entail. Because I know that you all do a lot of emergency response as it is. So I'm just trying to understand how this differs from what we're already doing, and if it's going to be a major lift, and how much that can cost.
Right. So maybe I get some clarity on what that ask was, if I could.
Okay, sure. So I mean, this goes back to the possibility that the federal government could quadruple. I mean, there was a memo, right, from the FEMA director that said, we're considering quadrupling what qualifies as a federally declared disaster, right? And as I said, that would be, if that came to pass, would be catastrophic for our county. And we should have a battle plan of how we are going to do as much preventative maintenance as possible to prevent our network from collapsing. Right. I mean, I don't know if that's just fixing culverts or certain, you know, improving ditching or what it is. I mean, that's what I'm asking you to tell us. Right. What should we do to try to at least reduce the impact of the next major storms, or maybe even, you know, just weather these more kind of moderate but still above average storms we're seeing more frequently without as much damage. And I think that we need to have that, like, failing to plan is planning to fail. Like, I don't want to get to the point where we get the announcement that change has been made and we're like, oh, wow, we should probably do something about that. Let's start thinking about it now, so that, I mean, and I know there'll be opportunities to discuss kind of whatever draft versions of it or something along those lines when we review the state of our culverts or the state of the pavement or other opportunities. But I want to make sure that we at least have it ready to be considered if the FEMA funding rules change.
Right. That's a good, okay, I understand that. So I do want to offer that in the presentation today, I did highlight a handful of the emerging issues under Public Works. There's more than that, though, on the website. And the culvert emerging issue is the lack of funding for culverts. And I would say that's probably our #1 defense against future storms. And on the website today, it talks about that to really get that program off the ground would be an additional $1 million. Now, that's not in the budget today because there's not capacity for that. But Supervisor Koenig, to maybe get to your answer, we do have those ideas, and we certainly could share those with you. And some of those are right here on a part of our budget as part of the narrative, not a part of the plan. But I would say it's culverts. Culverts is our number one investment if we had additional funds, and some of that's been identified in the budget narrative. So, but we can have more conversations about that. And I think most of the data, most of the information you're talking about is at hand. In fact, we should probably also be, and we are watching, but we should also be talking about the new FEMA Reform Act that's going through the Senate today or now. And there's some good and there's some bad. And the bad is the thresholds, but the good is that, they're trying to get us money more quickly up front through block grants. So there's some give and take on that, and we can talk more about that too. I think, maybe give us a chance to put together all this information into, one more easily read report, and we can provide that to the board.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, and that's why I don't feel like we're asking them to do too heavy a lift. A lot of this is just sort of organizing the information that is already present into a more cohesive plan.
It is. That's correct.
So we have I'm sorry, Monica.
I was just going to second the motion.
Oh, okay.
Supervisor Serpa?
You second? Was that a second? Okay. Yeah. So this goes back to the previous presentation that we had where we had some cost savings, and my hope was that we wouldn't then just let it trickle through our fingers, that it would actually go back to general fund so that it can be used for situations like this. We need, as a county, to look for cost savings across every department. And particularly, if there are lawsuits that are against us that we can settle early and often, we should be doing that. If there, we just need to figure out ways to conserve money so that we can take care of our county. Right. It's very, very clear that our citizenry is angry because so much deferred maintenance has happened that roads do fail. So when a culvert fails, there's just tremendous amounts of water that run through there and just undermine all the underpinnings of the road. So, yeah.
That's correct. Thank you for those comments. Yeah.
But I mean, I still would like to add that direction to look at that, provide like an alternate budget that shows us staff recommendation and one that provides an equitable representation of that budget, the $4 million. Supervisor Cummings?
I was just going to ask if that's a friendly amendment, because that could be a friendly amendment to the makers of the motion.
Well, staff had offered to send sort of a breakdown of some of that information by email. I mean, it seems to me like a little bit short to try to change some of the fundamentals of how we're going to maintain the roads between now and next week, less than a week from now. So I think that was probably a good start to the conversation.
I think all the roads that we're talking about are probably on their list as well too, correct?
We certainly have a list of all the roads. We're familiar with the roads, and yeah.
So it would be a big ask
to send you a list of the unincorporated roads and the population, and maybe a gas tax breakdown. I think we can pull that together pretty easily and send that to you via email.
I think what Supervisor Hernandez is asking for is, the fact that we have 2 new funding sources and we have a proposal before us, that there's an option of what the funding could look like if it was divided equally across the 5 different districts.
Correct.
And so, and I think, we're not making a final decision yet, and bringing it forward as an option, I think, is just something for the board to consider. It's not that we're going to take, action on this option, but I think that, this is our opportunity to ask you all for options on the budget. And so that's why I think that Supervisor Hernandez is bringing it up to see if this can be included as an option on June 10th.
Correct.
For the makers of the motion to consider.
I'm not willing to accept it. I mean, I think that I'm willing to include that each board member, that staff sends each member of the board some report on how the funds are being divided between districts and gas tax revenues, et cetera. And certainly either of the 2 supervisors with concerns could propose an alternative at June 10th or have that dialogue with public works staff. I don't see an obvious way to go about. I mean, again, this is like largely just basic road maintenance money, and I just don't see how we radically change that plan. I'm sure that there's some roads on the list, as you said, that you'll be happy to see are being addressed in the districts respectively. And yeah, that's my take on it.
Well, until I see that, I just can't vote for this. So I'm just saying that. Any other comments before we do Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah. I'll make a substitute motion with the staff recommendation, the recommendation on emergency planning as proposed by Supervisor Koenig, and the options for equitable distribution of the $4 million across the two funding budgets for this year as proposed by Supervisor Hernandez.
I'm sorry, point of order. Can there be a substitute motion when we haven't voted on the first? And
I'll second it. Yes.
okay. So what happens to the first motion?
So they're good. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
The substitute motion just got a second. So under Rosenberg's rules, that motion gets heard first. If that motion passes, then the first motion dies.
Okay, thank you.
So if there's any other comment, we'll take a roll call. Supervisor Martinez?
Yeah, I will just add my perspective on this. I think, I'm willing to support the motion for the sake of more information. I think it's probably going to be a bit of a burden on you to pull this together in 6 days. So I apologize for that. But I'll tell you that in general, I'm concerned when we start to get very territorial about how dollars get spent. And we live in a very small community where we all rely on each other, especially in emergencies and when resources are constrained. And I would just encourage my colleagues to ask, like, what is the greatest need in this community? How do we do it with our values intact, which is equity and compassion and fairness and all of those things. And I'm not sure that it may, but I just don't know if splitting it in 5 ways based on these borders is going to create the quality of life that we want. There may be times when D5, we're burning down and landslides and we need a little bit more because we are really struggling. And there are times when, D4, we've got major health disparities in D4. And I think we've got to put our resources where the health gaps and disparities are, right? So I look at this a little more holistically. And I'm trusting that the department has brought us a plan that meets like the greatest need first, if they do have the first chance at, $4 million more dollars. And so I'm inclined in the long run to support your best thinking on that. However, for the sake of supporting my 2 colleagues on the board who are asking for more information, I would support that and then make the final decision or do the final vote next week.
Like Supervisor Cummings said, this is something that we just want to look at. It ain't necessarily that June 10th come and we'll vote for that. We might land somewhere in the middle. But just to add, you mentioned about SB1 funding. If we can bring those figures on June 10th too.
If I can comment, trying to back up the slideshow. 1 second.
I'd have a battery issue.
I'm saying the breakdown of SB1, not the total.
So I heard 2 things. I heard Supervisor Cummings talk about the 2 new funding sources, the Measure K and the general fund, the 4 million, the 3.9 million, which, is it working? Let me back up.
No, only two of it. 4 million total. Yeah.
The 2 million from Measure K and then the new 2 million from the general fund.
Right. So the 4 million, which is this slide here. And so the document I mentioned about road operations, we have that broke down by district, so I could send that out, which actually, if you start looking at it, say striping, District 3 is getting 17%, District 4, 25%. And so we can share those numbers. That would be, we could show maybe even an adjustment there, but that's already a pretty high percentage for those 2 districts. And then the other $2 million are the projects that are listed here on the screen And so those bottom 4 projects. The bottom one is District 2 and District 4. And so, we can, the struggle, what I'm trying to get to here is we can break these down by district, but then to recalibrate that $4 million, it'd be a new list of projects potentially. And so maybe what we can provide is the benefit to each district for this list, this $3.9 million list. We could show by district how much of these project value you're getting in your district, and then let the board decide if that's good or not good. Because otherwise we won't have time to come up with a new list. There's no time for a new list. But if you think this list is inequitable, then I can provide you the data so you can decide if it's equitable or not. I could say looking at it and knowing what the operation split is, there's really good equity for districts 3 and 4. But let me put that together in a table, not as a budget, but as an informational item to further break this slide down so you know what your district benefits from these funds. If that's acceptable, I could do that. To start over with a new list would be impossible in 1 week. But I think, if you had more information on this one slide, then you could give us direction next week to do something different if that's where the board wants to go. Is that a reasonable response?
It's basically a staff recommendation right now at this point, just with more information.
Well, more information so that you could give us new direction. Because right now the new direction in 1 week's time to come up with a new project list would be impossible, to be honest. I mean, these are grant funded projects. And so, I guess those projects just go away, or I'm not sure, right? There's that. And then the new ideas that you might have, half of this list is grant funds or projects. Half of them are operations. So we can share that. And I think the equity is there, but you need to see it with your own eyes. So I'm just trying to get to the deliverable in 1 week's time. I need to understand the deliverable for this 1 week.
Through the chair. So is the idea that of the $4 million that's now been allocated, some of that is being used as matching grant funding?
The bottom 4 projects on that list, on that.
Even though we haven't voted on this?
No. Oh. It's proposed. With your action today, it will go forward. If without your action today, those projects don't go. These are proposed. And so, for instance, the roadside vegetation, that's a FEMA grant. And that's to do vegetation clearing. We call it shaded fuel breaks, call it, things like that. And that's to do 50 miles of clearing. And that would be in the mountains. So that's going to primarily serve districts 3 and district 5, and maybe even a little bit of district 1 and district 4, I guess. Everybody gets a little bit of that. Even in district 4 with, Corralitos area, so we don't have the roads identified yet, but that's a grant. The Robertson, that's in district 1, and then the bottom 2 in district 2 and 4 exclusively. So I guess I just need better direction on, I can give you a breakdown on where all these monies will be spent by district. I can do that, but I don't know about an alternative because I can't come up with a new project list in 1 week, especially considering these are mostly grants. Does that make sense?
I think it's clear now versus saying we're going to put 2 million from Measure K into roads and we're going to put 2 million from general funds into roads, because that just says these are generally going to go towards roads. But when it's clear that it's a match, and like, what does that match look like? For example,
right.
And I don't want to get, I know we're going on for a while, but for example, $480,000 for the intercounty routes resurfacing. Like,
right.
How much would we get in addition? Like, so
right. What's
that's
the
county
grant
contribution, then what's the grant?
Yes.
Right? Because that then helps us better understand how is this funding being leveraged,
right?
So that we get more money.
Right.
If that's the case, then I feel a little bit differently. But if it's that we're going to take 2 million and we're going to put different chunks of it to different districts, that's when it gets concerning.
Right. Well,
especially with Measure K, I would say. Like if we're able to at least look at Measure K, to spread it equally, right?
So let me just share on those bottom 2 projects, like the signal and the resurfacing, those are just for conversation, those are like $2 million projects. And so you can see the money there in front of us is the match to that grant. And the vegetation one is $1.3 million grant. So you can see the magnitude of the match versus the grant.
But it seems like SB1's that way too. That you have this matching grant from FEMA, and then of course none of the districts get it except for like 2.
So FEMA is about an 80-20 split. So 20% local money, 80% FEMA and CalOES. CalOES is part of that too, but it's roughly a 20% match. And if you look at our GIS layer that shows all the storm damage, it's pretty equally spread about all the districts. Everybody had significant damage. District 4 all the way up to District 3 from the south.
But that's what I'm saying. Is like, why didn't we apply for SB1 funds for any of the roads in South County that got flooded over?
So SB1 is a formula that comes to the county, and we've had to use the vast majority of our SB1 to do storm damage match. And a lot of those monies got spent in District 4. We can look at the GIS layer and I can show you all the projects that got built in District 4 and District 3 and District 2. It's super straightforward. So we can do that.
So I really appreciated Supervisor Martinez's remarks. I mean, I think what you're seeing now in front of you is supervisors squabbling over very scarce resources in this area. I want to thank our CEO Palacios, who had the vision to put $2 million into this budget this year. But you can see we need much more than that. And I'll say that, there are some districts that have more road surface than others, more population than others, more traveled miles than others. And we just need more help in these areas. I mean, I have constituents who haven't had their road resurfaced in 50 or 60 years. And by whatever formula is being set here now, or potentially, they'll never have a road ever resurfaced. So we have to do better. And so to the extent that we need to figure out how to set aside more money for our county infrastructure and roads. And I'm sorry, you have an entire department that's not just about roads. And we didn't really talk much about that today. And for that, I'm sorry. But
so I'm going to ask the maker of the motion, let's bring back the motion to cut it in half, right? To look at the Measure K and see if that was dispersed equally. Is that easier?
Well, so maybe. So the Measure K, if you just for a minute looked at that very first line, road operation increase in services, $2 million. And if I haven't provided you the breakdown, this colored paper, I will. I know some of you have seen this, I think as upon request, but that breakdown exists. And so we could look at all those, there's 4 categories. Culverts, for instance, District 4 is getting 22% of the funding. And keep in mind, District 4 is 7% of the population and about 8% of the roads. So 22% of the culvert repair. District 4 is getting 10% of the paving, patch paving. District 4 is getting 25% of the striping. And now here's on the downside, 1% of the ditching. So there's this give and take in those 4 categories. District 3, the ditching is 22%. District 3 is 17% in striping. And by the way, District 3 is 4% of the population. And I'm drawing a blank on the road mileage. I think it's about, is it 7%? Somewhere in that range? 10% roads. Striping is District 3 is 17%. Patch paving is 12%. And 12% for culvert replacement. So there's good equity when we look at that first line road operations for $2 million, which is the Measure K. So there's good equity in that respect.
Well, that'd be great if we can bring that, more focused onto our presentation for June.
I can absolutely do that. Yes.
But looking at Measure K funds, I don't know if that would be acceptable. Okay.
Yeah, I can do that easily.
So just a point of information is that the recommendation today is to approve the budget. So staff recommendation is you're actually approving this budget.
We are.
If you don't want to, then you need to postpone it to the 10th. the entire
Discussion.
budget for the more discussion, if that's what you want to do.
Well, we want direction to come back the 10th to
That's so that you
provide
wouldn't be, yeah,
an alternate.
yeah. So you wouldn't be approving the budget today. You would be moving that to the 10th, because that's our recommendation is to approve the budget today. Staff's recommendation. So if you just say approve staff recommendation, that's approving the budget. So you need to.
Then we'll move it to the 10th.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
If that's what you want.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. So if there's any other further discussion,
I'd like clarification.
There
on the
needs,
motion.
there needs to be a new motion associated with this if you
let me
want to
clarify.
move it to the 10th.
So clarified. So we'll postpone the final action to the 10th. We'll direct staff to bring back at some point an emergency plan as described by Supervisor Koenig. And then the tables as provided by CDI staff related to roads and other road related repairs for further discussion on the 10th
off Measure K
as it pertains to the Measure K allocations.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you have? Yeah, I seconded it. Did you have more comment? Oh. So we'll take the vote then.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa
Aye.
and Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Ooh. Need a copy for that one there, dude. Matt.
Make it personal, man.
Yeah, no.
You're the only guy who came up here with
Last agenda item. Or do we have 10.1? Oh, no, that was probation. Last agenda item is number 11. Consider approval and concept of the proposed 2025-2026 budget for the ongoing administration of the Santa Cruz County Safe Water, Clean Beaches, Wildfire Risk Reduction and Wildlife Protection Act as recommended by the county CEO and the Office of Response and Recovery and Resilience and Parks and Open Space and Cultural Services Department. That was a long one. We had to come up with acronyms for all of them.
That's
You
what
got
we.
one.
That's why we keep saying Measure Q. Good afternoon, everyone. It's interesting to be the last item on both days. I know you all have had a lot of deep discussion today. We will try and keep this clear and short. Today, we are presenting the budget proposal in concept for the first full year of operations for the Measure Q program. This is our agenda, and we're basically going to give a quick summary of the overall budget request. We'll talk through then sort of the functional components of that, a recommendation around a use of part of the county allocation of funds, and then we'll close with the recommended actions. Before I get into the budget summary, I just want to give a quick overview of what we've done this fiscal year in the last 5 months. So just as a reminder, we've set up the fiscal structure for receiving and managing these new tax dollars. And we, as you know, we took action to make this part of the teeter plan. Remember that fun meeting where we got to talk about that. We completed the advisory board appointment process and initiated those meetings, including their bylaws, and they've had 3 meetings so far, and they're going strong. We selected the vision plan consultant, and the process was initiated, including measure required stakeholder engagement as well as strategic community engagement. And we had some conversations about that at the last meeting. So with that, I just wanted to that's what we've been spending our time on in the last 5 months. And now the next portion of this is moving forward to the next 12-month period. So before you today is a request, our overall budget request for $395,000 as the administrative and operational budget for the Measure Q program. That represents about 5% of the total program value. A large piece of that request is a new analyst position within OR3. That's about 49% of that request, which will provide the preponderance of staffing for Measure Q. And the goal there is to have a dedicated person so we can step away from the model we've had so far, which is really spreading it across many folks in OR3 and parks and letting those folks go back to their base work. It also includes about 28% for additional county staff time. That's oversight and management, fiscal, legal, ISD, risk. So a number of staff, and I'll talk about the budgets or the buckets that those are spread over, as well as some consultant support around the vision plan, around around not the vision plan, we already have those funds, around the grant program and around a tax collection piece that the program will be responsible for the generation of those tax bills that then the auditor controller includes in the tax billing process. And then there's some dollars for technology support and setting up the reporting and grant administration program. So that's the new amount of operational and administrative costs we are proposing for the next fiscal year. Again, there is a large chunk of critical startup functions in this next year. And so the full year of year 2 may look differently. And when we come to you a year from now, it will likely look different. I want to just remind everyone, per the measure, 1% comes off the top of the revenue yield for tax collection by the ACTTC. So with those numbers together, the total administrative costs for 25-26 would be about 6% of the total revenue projection. So I'm going to now move to how does that sort of equate with some functional areas. Before you now is our Citizen Oversight Advisory Board. We have a great group of 9 folks, 5 of which you all appointed, who are very much engaged in the process around the vision plan. And then after we do that through the summer, we will be moving into the competitive grant program development with them, and then actually the reporting process. So when we talk about that 395, approximately 125,000 of that amount of the 395 will be going for the operations of the COAB next year. Next slide, please. The next primary piece of implementation work, startup implementation, is really that development of the competitive grant program. That's about 40% of the Measure Q dollar allocation. And so that one analyst that we're talking about, half of that person's time would be focused on grant development, administration, and the overall process. We also have funding in there for consulting services to support the grant administration process. And so that total is about $140,000 or 1.8% of the total. We are hoping to not spend quite as much on consulting that we have budgeted there, but that will be something we will report on to all of you moving forward. The final piece is what we would just call general administration costs. This is the grant administration and reporting software and database system. This is just the broad set of administrative and fiscal oversight time, whether it's CEO, OR3, Parks, County Council, ISD, or any departments that are involved in some of this work. Again, we will be tagging our time very closely, so we have a solid measure of who's doing what and how long it's taking. This will also be the bucket in which the tax collection consultant dollars are in, and these are funds that would come off the top of the Measure Q yield, and that's about 130. And then, as I mentioned, there would be the remaining $75,000 that come off for the auditor controller per the language of the measure. With that, so that's around the administrative operational cost proposal for Measure Q. The next topic I wanted to raise that is covered in the memo is the staff proposal around the county allocation, which is 20% of that total, or about $1.2 million. And we are recommending that about 250,000 of that allocation is allocated for board office directed projects that are consistent with the vision plan and the eligibility requirements of Measure Q. So that's another policy recommendation we're putting before you today. The remainder of the dollars in that bucket, we would work with Parks, OR3, other relevant departments, board offices, to come up with sort of a larger scale recommended investments that would be consistent with the vision plan. And we would intend to bring that back to you in the fall with the vision plan for final programming of those dollars for this fiscal year. With that, we have a nice set of detailed recommended actions. As we mentioned, this is a budget and concept we're seeking your input and approval on, and the mechanics of that in terms of what we do to put it into play in the budget itself would be part of our concluding actions on June 10th. With that, I'm happy to respond to any and all questions, and I have Director Gaffney and Director Reed here, as they are much more involved in the COAB work itself, if you have questions about that. But that is our proposal to you all for today.
Okay, that's the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to see if there's anybody in the public that would like to comment on this item. Wasn't there folks that came? Okay, we'll see if there's anyone online.
We have no speakers online, Chair.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board and I'll start to my left with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you. A few questions. First, could you just clarify, out of any of these buckets, are we paying for our existing staff's time to work on this issue?
Yes, we do have dollars for that, and let me get really specific with that. The bulk of it is for a new staff member that we'd be asking your approval of. There's about $22,000 in the COAB bucket, which is buying basically clerk hours time from Parks for clerking the COAB. And then there's additional funding sort of in all three buckets that is for OR3 time, Director Reed, leadership within Parks, myself, and then some rough numbers for ISD, County Council, et cetera. What I would call the indirect staffing costs included in this proposal is, I'm just doing the math really quickly, is $68,000 for the entire year for indirect staffing costs. Now, again, we'll be tracking time, so we have a clear record, whether we're below or above that. Our goal here has been to have as skinny a budget as possible, but not to minimize any general fund subsidy of this program. So that's why we do have hours in it around existing staff providing management oversight for it.
Okay, so and the 68,000 includes the 22,000 of clerk time, or it's
no, it does not.
Okay.
I consider that very direct operational, along with the analysts. So this is sort of that other set of eyes that will be doing, reading the vision plan, reading board letters, all those kinds of things, reading grant award contracts.
Okay. The full-time staff member that is being proposed for hire, would they only work on Measure Q stuff? Is it possible that they would work on other?
We think this first year, it's highly likely they will only work on Measure Q stuff, but we will be managing their time very, very tightly. If they work on other things that will not be billed to Measure Q, we will, we anticipate with it being in OR3, we typically have grants that we need staffing for, and we would be able to address any of any open time that that staff person has would not be billed to Measure Q. We would find other sources.
Okay. And why do we think it needs to be a senior analyst and not a more junior position?
Given the complexity of the role between vision plan, subject matter expertise, grant administration, and the COAB, that's what our best estimate of the work is. We will have that conversation with personnel as well, because they will want to make sure that the body of work aligns with the classification.
Okay, those are my only questions for now.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to OR3, to Parks and the CEO team who've worked to establish this Measure Q implementation process. I also just want to thank the members of the COAB who are volunteering their time to help develop a vision plan. I know that they're working really hard, and I'm eager to see what comes out of that process, but appreciate their dedication of time. I also appreciate the opportunity to have some district specific funding. After the last dialogue we just had, it seems that there are some desires to have more district specific projects to meet priorities within our various districts. So this seems like a good spot to do that since we're setting up funding parameters for the first time. So I appreciate the opportunity to do that. And, you know, I'm going to be engaging with my community if these dollars are allocated to make sure that I'm able to bring forward a project that really meets the specific sort of geographic and unique needs of the Santa Cruz Mountains and the San Lorenzo Valley community. So, you know, I appreciate the opportunity to do that. One question is a little more process related. The first three recommendations are to improve it in concept, but the fourth one is that you'd come back to incorporate our actions into the budget. Be more specific. What are you going to be bringing back to us next week?
So this will be part of the long list of actions you get as concluding actions where an FTE is added to OR3, dollars are added to different budgets. So it's really turning this from a proposal into transactional direction that inform our office and the auditor controller.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Unlike some of the other budgets that we passed where we're actually approving the line items as is.
Correct. We don't add those when you were acting on those, as you know, there was a number of attachments that sort of link to what's online. That body of work does not exist for this right now. So that will be created and referenced in the last day memo.
Great. Well, I appreciate the work that you've brought forward so far, and I look forward to future progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for pulling all this together and all the work that's been done thus far with Measure Q. I have heard some folks who have some concerns. In particular, I think it was brought up, but the new position and it sounds like there's going to be the clerk. That person's role is largely going to be attending the meetings, it sounds like.
Oh, so basically the clerk does just like our clerk of the board. They put the packets together, they do the noticing, they do the note taking. It's all of that sort of logistical liaison work with the COAB members, helping them with their stipends, all of those kinds of things. So, and they'll be buying a portion of hours from Parks for those services.
So I guess the question is, in terms of you all's role versus this, because, you know, you all have, a role that you're going to play, sounds like. Then we're hiring a full-time position, and then we're also hiring a consultant to help with review. And so some of the concerns that I'm hearing from folks is that, why are we spending so much on these positions when it seems like if we're hiring somebody full-time, why aren't they doing this work rather than as contracting out and having, and I can maybe understand, like, final review may come to you all at some point in time, but I'm really trying to understand, so that the public can get a sense of why are we spending so much on these positions, especially if it sounds like this person might not have something to do, so then they go do something else. So I'm wondering if you could just speak to that.
I will say this person will have plenty to do in the next 8 months. I think it will be absolutely full-time. The question is, once we get awards out and the COAB sort of activity comes down, I would say the last quarter, the question would be, would they be spending full-time on these activities?
If-
So
If I could also comment.
Sure.
Part of the issue with the staffing is that my hope from the very beginning was not that we're just going to hand out $3 million of grants, but that we're going to leverage other funding sources that are available from other propositions. So what you're going to be doing is you're actually going to be applying and putting together coalitions. So you're going to put a coalition with Monterey County, with the Land Trust and with others, right? And put together a grant. So it's not just going to be, oh, we got 3 million, let's just hand it out. This is going to be transformational. If we do it right, it's going to be leveraging that, and it's going to be going around meeting with people from San Benito, meeting with people from each of the cities, meeting with people with Land Trust, putting together coalitions, coming up with proposals. Just think of all the work that we're doing with Paulson, how much work that takes. That's just one project. Now imagine 10 of those. So that's really what we're talking about. And the other thing is that from the very beginning, I never wanted to do this. When they approached me, I said, I don't want to have anything to do with you. I'll support you. God bless you. Wish you all the best. And then they came back and they said, gosh, we need the county because legally you're the only one who can do it. And so poor Elisa and Nicole are the ones who really put this whole thing together. But when we envisioned this with them, we really said, we've got to use this money to leverage much bigger projects. Mm-hmm. So that's really what the idea is.
So I think, and maybe this can be included when the time comes to make the motion, but I think it would be really helpful as time goes on to develop before the hiring goes out, to have a scope of work go to, the board, the community, the COAB, just so people can better understand that, because that makes sense. But I think really having people understand what is this person's role going to be and why are we spending so much money on it will really help justify us being able to, approve that position. The next item that came, and then I guess for you all, what will you, 68,000 across the three of you? That's not very much.
Oh, and let me be clear. There are more staff than us. We have fiscal staff within parks that are working on how we're tracking, receiving, and distributing the money. So there's other staff in that. We have, I think, very low hour estimates, and we have detailed estimates by staff person, by category over the year of what we think this will take. I think people underestimate what it means to set up a new program and have it be auditable for being in compliance with a voter measure. We need to make sure these tax dollars are spent appropriately. And it takes a variety of expertise to make sure that's done well. So when I talk about $68,000, there's I think probably over a year, there might be 30 hours of my time over a year. So we're happy to share any of the details for the model for coming up with this, but we are trying to find a balancing point of standing up a new program with lots of folks who are very interested in it, and not spending general fund dollars to support it.
I think that the tracking, what you just said around tracking, receiving, distributing funds, having that something that's, I don't know whether it's a portal or how it can be made transparent and more public. I think that would also help folks understand how funds are being spent. And then one of the other concerns that came to me, it was around the software.
Mm-hmm.
And
so would you like me to speak to that?
Sure.
So many folks have asked, well, don't we already have grant administration software that we use at the county that we could just utilize? And the answer to that is no. That many of the programs that are administered today are done through a series of Excel spreadsheets, sort of, they work well for the practice in place, but we're trying to develop a systematic approach for, in particular, managing the distribution of funds and tracking them and tracking the reports associated with them. So when we are audited, it is a very straightforward process for documenting that these funds, not just the competitive grants, but the funds that go to our cities and other named partners are tracked appropriately. And we have started our research on what kind of software tools are out there to do that. We think $25,000 a year as for software as a service is the maximum we would pay. And we are hoping to pay less than that. We don't want a homegrown set of spreadsheets. We want to have a system that does track distributions, reporting back. We want to have a professional grant administration system for this voter approved tax measure.
Just to add to that, most of the state and federal grants that the county received are managed through mandated reporting, grant reporting from the state or feds. So we don't have our own, they give us one. They have a portal that we require to enter into. So that's the majority of, we don't really have our own separate grant administration because each HUD has their own, HCD has their own. I mean, every program has their own,
So this would be more or less anybody, whether it's the nonprofits or the cities or whoever, they're going to be going through whatever this portal is that will be created in order to receive funds and apply for funds.
That's our intention. That is absolutely our intention, that we have an implemented one. Designing and implementing that will take a little time, but our goal is to have something that will work and can grow as this program grows. And again, not doing a homegrown set of spreadsheets, but actually having something that works systematically over time.
And then two last questions. One of the concerns that was brought up was the evaluation cost, like $40,000. And is that just for the county applications, or what is that? I mean, in terms of result?
As I've mentioned to other folks who've asked me about this, that we think is a high number for consultant evaluation for the competitive grant applications. It would only be for the competitive grant applications. We are not using we would not be recommending a consultant to review what the land trust or RCD or the cities are intending to do with their allocations. They will have to report back to the COAB and to the board on how those allocations comport with the requirements of the Act, but the consultant dollars would not be used for that purpose.
So if you all think that's a high number, then, well, I mean, if we were to say 20,000.
Sure. If you guys say, let's reduce it to 20,000, we can do that. And, we will see what's possible. I think that's a reasonable direction. I think 40 is a high number, and I hope our assumptions are correct.
Okay, and I hope it's lower.
Oh, exactly. I mean, and again, if you all feel like that just is a little too high for facing the unknown, absolutely. Please direct accordingly that you'd prefer that budget line item to be at a different number.
Okay. And then I guess the last thing that I'll put to my colleagues on the board, which is that just to provide some perspective from the past, like when Felipe and I first joined the board, each office, when it came to budget, we only got $50,000 in discretionary funds. When Measure K got passed, we got an additional $200,000 that's supposed to be used towards parks and environment. And my thought was that when Measure Q got passed, we would get something additional. But what's happened is that the $50,000 that we would have gotten in general fund has been pulled back into the general fund and replaced with this $50,000 for Measure Q. And given that there's some flexibility and $50,000 is a very small amount to go, my recommendation would be that the board gets $500,000, which would leave about $700,000 for the county for their projects. And then that way we would have $100,000 each for our districts, which seems like it would be kind of reincorporating those funds that were taken away and then also adding the Measure Q funds. So
can I I just want the board to know, I've been getting feedback about that recommendation in the memo of concern of sending it to the board offices, that takes away from the county's larger programming ability to meet the expectations of the vision plan. So I'm just letting you know, other folks in community were surprised by the staff recommendation to direct it to the board. I'm not challenging Justin or Supervisor Cummings that you guys can make a different decision, but just that's some of the feedback that I have gotten since the memo was published.
I'll just say I was surprised to see the 50,000 general fund go away and get replaced by this, but given that that's happened, because if we had 50,000 general fund and 50,000 Measure Q, because it's the county's kind of contribution as a whole, I think that'll be okay. And also, I know that a lot of us have projects in our districts that completely align with Measure Q. And I mean, if the vision plan hasn't been completed yet, can we even have access to these funds, which we would have had access to pretty much early in the year if it were general fund money? So I guess that's a question I have.
Yeah, you won't get access to the funds till the vision is done, the vision plan done for Measure Q. You will have the other fundings we've talked about, the 200,000, and from the parks Measure K money, you'll have that immediately available. But this one, it'll has to be with the vision plan is finished, which will be finished by this fall, I believe. So you would then have access. And the reason I pulled back the 250 is because I put it in health. I literally put it in health. So there you go.
I guess that's just a question that I'd like to see if the board could entertain.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the comments, and agreed that I think it's good that there's some opportunity for each of us to address some of the needs related to this measure that we see. And I definitely see the merits of just expanding that to 100,000 per board office. An alternative way we could approach it, because then I also see that makes it more challenging to ensure that each of those efforts are also getting matching funds and we're leveraging the money as best as possible. So an alternative way we could approach it would be to basically create something like a 5-year program of projects where each district identifies like a larger program. Maybe it takes like all the Measure Q money for that year, right? And we schedule it out based on urgency. I mean, I know Pinto Lake, for example, has like a project I think we need to do within the next like 2 years or 3 years in order to meet some requirement. It's going to cost like $3 to $4 million at least. And so, I mean, that just as an alternative where rather than having, 5 district specific projects every year for 5 years, now you have 25 projects on top of whatever else. If we just say, okay, here's the big project we're going to make for this year, it's going to be in District 4. We're going to make sure that we like leverage it as much as possible. Anyway, that's sort of an alternative way we could approach it.
I'm curious, Supervisor Cummings, do you imagine the additional 50K allocation would be this fiscal year specific, or is that something that you're hoping to see for future budget years as well?
Personally, I mean, every budget year, but there's always an opportunity to have a conversation if there's a project that's falling short, to be able to say, well, we're going to allocate our funds towards that and cost sharing. And I do see that for example, that other 700,000 that's there. I mean, it can be used. It could be that there's a project specific to one district, and we're like, yeah, let's, we can leverage that 700,000 towards this, to get these funds to do this bigger project in District 2, right? And so I kind of see that as a pool, but I also know that we within our districts can, leverage funds to do other things. Sometimes it's with, maybe there's a coastal conservancy match for a project that's within one of our districts. And, if we have 50,000, that's not much to work with. 100,000, that you're talking about a little bit more of a match there. So, and then we could probably pool that with Measure K funds and some other funding we may have. And so I just think that, if we have an opportunity where we usually don't have discretionary funds to help increase that, and then align the spending of those funds with Measure K, Measure Q.
So quick question. The additional 50,000 that Supervisor Cummings is talking about. So we have to wait for the vision to come out, but that's when does that one come out? October?
The intention is to bring it back to this board in October.
So it'll be for next fiscal year then?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Okay.
So the other thing to keep in mind around this is part of the intention and the named intention in Measure Q is to have matching funds, as Carlos talked about, for larger grants. So to the extent that more is peeled off for board office directed projects, yes, there's 700,000, but if we then want to do 250 for a matching grant or bank 100,000, so we're building a balance over time, the amount of dollars that is available between OR3 for OR3 resilience oriented stuff, or parks oriented stuff, or water quality oriented stuff, as recommended by staff, continues to drop. And obviously that's a call you all can make. You have multiple subject matter experts who their day jobs are parks, access and recreation, water quality, working lands management. So you have a team that is ready to develop proposals for you on what will serve the largest group and align with Measure Q.
So a couple of clarifications. First of all, my understanding is that the money is within this fiscal year. We're not deciding on it until October because the vision plan needs to be done. But that,
yeah, I mean,
basically once we vote on it, it could be spent or
it could, because we turned it to teeter.
Thank you.
There you go. Yes, we could access it sooner than the vision plan.
Yeah.
I think I've heard from different offices that as we're asking our city partners, our named partners in the measure to please respect the measure and the idea that these funds are supposed to be directed in accordance with the vision plan, a 5-year vision plan, we probably should model that behavior as well.
Right. Right. I mean, that's the other point of clarification, which is, I mean, ultimately, even item 3 here is just approving concept. And that ultimately, if we do wait till October, I mean, we could at that point make a decision on how to divide up the county's 1.2 million, especially with maybe some additional information about what alternative projects are being proposed, right?
Absolutely.
From the county pool and how that money could potentially be matched, or other applications that various projects, grant applications that various projects might pursue. I mean, so I guess as far as that goes, I mean, we could modify it with like consider options or something, but I don't think even voting on this as written today limits us from doing something like you suggest, Supervisor Cummings, in October, but open to other language you might propose.
It works vice versa though too, right? We can vote on what Justin was discussing, and we're still voting for all the recommended actions.
Yes, you could do that. We want you to approve the budget recommended actions today, and then Supervisor Cummings' suggestion, you can vote on it today if you'd like, or you could postpone that part later as Supervisor Koenig suggested. That's your option.
Because I don't think most of us will work into it until after October anyways.
So I'm the only supervisor who hasn't made comments yet. And I had a really nice briefing where I was able to ask some hard questions with my staff. So I feel like I understand what's happening. Are some of these upfront costs, because it's startup, developing essentially a new department or a new program, do we expect some of those to?
I certainly hope so. I think all of us are hoping as the grant program is established in the next year. And then remember, there's 4 more years within this vision plan that these annual funds will be evaluated. So we hope that we will have a strong enough foundation for the grant program coming in out of this first year that the work associated with it in subsequent years will not be quite as heavy. We will not have the vision plan emphasis that we have this year. However, what comes with all of these programs is reporting. So then there is going to be, someone's going to be having to look at all the reporting on the expenditures across all allocations and evaluating those. So I think the work will certainly be less intensive in the next fiscal year, not the coming fiscal year, but the one after that, and it will shift.
So the purpose of the co-op group, do they have oversight? Will they be monitoring any of these, like reporting?
Actually, they do. The way the measure's set up, the report, they are supposed to be reviewing the reports, the report backs effectively of the folks receiving funds, both competitive as well as the city and the named RCD and land trust.
That's great.
So there is that entity that will be, I mean, they're not going to.
You guys do first line, but right?
And then, I mean,
and
then
vote to accept. Yeah.
Well, I don't think they'll even vote. I mean, they're going to get the reports from the funded entities and they're going to basically say, wow, is this like comporting with the vision plan? And then they will make a report to you all on an annual basis. So that's the other thing that will shift in terms of what this analyst would be working on.
So I had questions too about the software platform, blah, blah, blah. But I do understand now that because this is voter approved money, there's sort of a different reporting requirement and reporting out. So.
And we have enough experience with our own, like as Carlos said, OR3, and I'm sure, and Parks does as well, but OR3 has to deal with a lot of federal reporting issues. And these are not straightforward portals. You know, we want to make this be a reasonable practice for the organizations that that funds are afforded or are awarded to.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of keeping things simple. So if we can do that, that would be great. But anyway, I'm prepared to make a motion today to accept the recommendations by you and everyone here. So
let me finish my original comments. You know, there's some discussion about the cost of all this, and you know, but I understand that the cost of administration is high. And I also like the idea of having the familiarity of David Reed, Lisa Benson, Nicole Coburn, and of course, Frank Gaffney as well. And so, but I also get it, right? It's like having direct oversight and then direct administration might look kind of funny. And of course, you know, it's two department heads and 2 senior executive analysts. And of course, that's a lot of money too. So I get why we're doing this, just to make it cleaner, make it more effective and cost effective as well. Because I'm sure if we added all your guys' times totals between the 2 department heads and 2 senior executive analysts, it'll be a lot more than 296. But I think that back to what was being discussed, I think I'm comfortable with it. And so we have some sort of, I don't want to say oversight, but some sort of discussion with, obviously with Parks or OR3 or CDI or Fire, whatever we decide that the money we want to put into it, we'll have that discussion with them, whichever department it pertains to. I'd be comfortable with that. So if there's any other comment?
So a question. So the recommended actions here are all approving concepts. So effectively, we wouldn't actually be approving anything ultimately until June 10th. Is that correct? That the final budget?
Yeah, that's correct. You're approving the final action on June 10th, but we hope that we get direction so we can write it up and put it in the budget.
Yeah, that's so we can actually make it mechanically be part of the setting up of the whole budget structure that happens once you guys approve last day,
totally,
including actions.
Yeah, I mean, just like sort of philosophically, I'd love to whack $100,000 out of the management budget. I hear what you're saying as far as needing the additional time to make sure we maximize the dollars, and just especially having seen, for example, like with Measure D funds on the transportation side, how amazingly we've been able to leverage those local dollars up, and the desire to do the same thing here. You know, that said, as Supervisor Cummings pointed out, we have heard a lot of concern from community members about like just the overhead costs. So what I'd like to see come back on June 10th is, more detail, around some of the calculations you've done to get to the $68,000 of staff costs, and any other detail that could be provided there so that we can have those conversations with the community.
Absolutely.
So if there's any further comment, I'd like to bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
I might have made a motion.
I think I made a motion, but it certainly, I'm very happy to make an amendment to that motion to include the direction that Supervisor Koenig just outlined to bring back. What was it?
Yeah,
exactly. I cannot remember.
Would it be okay for us to provide that information in advance of Tuesday?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be public, and so and if you want to send it to the board offices, great. But ultimately, it's attached to the agenda item.
We can do that.
Yeah. So I'll second. And if my colleagues want to offer any other additional direction, would love to hear it.
Just a question for between now and Tuesday. The suggestion that Supervisor Cummings made about adding an additional 50K per district, would that be something that we would potentially vote on next week, or are we making that decision today? Or
I think that's up to you. What I heard in Supervisor DeSerpa's motion was it was accepting the staff recommendation, and it didn't include adding an additional 50,000 to each, basically doubling that amount.
Got it. And I could just say my perspective, on first pass, it sounds like, that could be really helpful. We can make sure everybody gets projects accomplished. And also, I'm thoughtful or concerned about potentially diluting the impact of the measure by doing a lot of little projects. And so I guess my genuine answer is I just don't know. Like, I'm really anxious to see the vision plan. I'm really anxious to see what opportunities there are to leverage. I want to be as flexible as possible with the funding right now, so we can have the biggest impact going into the future. And so it sounds like there's a motion to not include it. I'm okay with that. I think I'd be okay with the other. I just really care about doing it right the first time and making sure that we have flexibility to improve the process along the way.
So the board directed set aside issue, unless CEO Palacios disagrees with me, is something you can decide later and undecide it later. It's not associated with adoption of the proposed budget. So you have lots of options about year to year, deciding what you want to do with the county portion of that money under Measure Q.
Or now and undecided later.
Absolutely. Yes.
Supervisor Cummings?
I'll just, say as an example for, this year, for example, we've been trying to do some, it's not obviously environmentally related, but, improvements, whether it's Cement Plant Road or moving forward with, the nighttime beach closures. And some of the times these projects come up that are really important for whether it's public access. Well, in my case, it's been public access, but it may be environmental protection. And if we don't have access to those funds and those funds are already spent, then there's nothing we can do about that in terms of being responsive to the community concerns. And I've found that the Measure K funds have been really helpful at us being responsive, especially if something comes up. We want to get into a work plan, or we want to get something initiated, or we take those funds and we put them forward to be allocated in the next year into a department's budget, and actually having those funds be there versus we don't have those funds, and then you're gonna have to wait till next year, which means you might have to wait till the following year because you just don't have that money on hand. And so that's why, even if as a first year, we allocate 100,000 towards each office, again, maybe in future years, we go back to pulling from the general fund, and then all of the Measure K money goes back into Measure K. I just get concerned that if we get into a pattern where we give up those funds, then you don't get them back. And so that's, because if things start getting pooled and, well, we agreed to do this and you're only going to get this portion this year, I feel like it just really, having more and then reducing it over time is better than having less and trying to go get more when it's already going to be gone. So
thank you. I think I don't have any worry of like any of our offices wanting some crazy thing like a water park, right? I think that all of us want to put the money into what is already parks priorities. Like for me, it would be obviously Mesa and 181 Whiting Road. And so probably even some in District 2 that are close to me as well. But those are already priorities that the parks has. So that was kind of, you know, I would see my intent as that, but I'm pretty sure that the rest of the offices would do the same. Just, would you be willing to entertain that motion that Justin?
Okay, I'm thoroughly confused. I'm sorry. So I was making a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Yes.
I didn't realize about the allocation per supervisor. I didn't realize
That was part of it.
Yeah. So what is the staff recommendation?
So our recommendation was a 50,000 per board office allocation for board offices to direct in alignment with the vision plan and the requirements of Measure K.
Okay.
It would still be the same, just adding an additional 50.
I do want to add one thing. The 4 buckets that are created through this, the one we're talking about to some degree here is the county bucket.
Right.
They don't have to be spent every year. They're a fund.
Exactly.
And so, as has been said, I think a couple different ways the money could be there. However much you decide to spend one year, it remains in that fund. It can only be spent for those purposes.
Thank you.
So I guess I could make a friendly amendment then, potentially, and maybe that'll help clarify. And the friendly amendment would be to reduce the funding for the third-party scoring grant from 40,000 to amount not to exceed 20,000, which I think staff said that it's a good recommendation. That'll be under item number 1, I believe. And then under item number 3, increase the direct set aside of increase it from 250,000 to 500,000, which would be 100,000 for each supervisorial district.
Plus staff recommendation in the comments that Supervisor Koenig.
Sure. Additional details.
Yes, additional details.
And does staff or CEO have any concern about allocating $500,000?
Well, it's a choice for you folks. I mean, the advantages of doing it is that each of you have district priorities which you can prioritize. That's a clear benefit. The disadvantage is that you're not going to have the full $1.2 million to put to one project. So, I mean, there may be one project in one district that we want to use, that the board would take turns, right? And say, okay, we're going to take all of the million and use it all to match the grant in someone's district, right? And so that's a disadvantage, is that you won't have that ability if you take $500,000 and spend it every year. But again, it's up to your choice, and it's a clear policy choice for you folks.
And just one other thing to add, because some question about the total cost of administration and implementation. Adding to the board allocations will increase the administrative overhead requirements, because we'll be working individually with each of your offices to identify the project, enter into a contract to distribute those funds. So just as long as you're aware, I know there was some concern vocalized around how much money is being spent on administration. It'll add a level of complexity that is not unachievable, that the existing model probably can accommodate. But just want to be transparent in that reality too.
Through the chair, if I may, yes. I think that actually justifies us having more money, because if administrative costs are going to go up if they're working with us per district, then why would we want to increase that cost if we're only getting $50,000? I mean, it would probably be the same cost if it's $50,000 or $100,000. So why not have more funds available? Because if we're going to increase our administrative costs for $50,000, then why not just give the money back? And then, but then we wouldn't have that $50,000.
I think the point is, if you want to send money out to an outside agency to do something, that's one contract, versus you want to add it to a parks program, that's a different piece. So it's a little bit more of, how are you going to choose to send your 100,000 all to one place, or are you going to put it into multiple places?
I don't want to overcomplicate this, but I would like to say that moving forward, it seems like, you know, in terms of us, for example, if this had all gone, you know, for parks to decide on or what have you, or OR3, and we could have actually just gotten money back from the general fund, that might make this a lot easier in the future because it would lower that administrative costs. You guys are already going to work on picking the projects out. But I think in return, we would want to have more funding, discretionary funds from the general fund. But if that could come from your departments and then you have more discretion over Measure Q, I think that would be a kind of a win-win for us to consider in the future.
You know, I think I agree. I mean, I think if we had a presentation before we make our final decisions in our own districts about what potentially we could spend money on, if like parks or whatever, everyone could come forward and say, hey, we've got these.
Here's the choices.
Yeah, because one of the things that I've heard in getting to know how things work here at the county is that because we all have sort of this small piece of pie cut up, it makes it impossible to get any big projects done. And I do have a concern about that. So I think, I mean, some people might say, no, I'm not going to put my money toward that, but there might be 3 of us potentially that say, yes, you know, we want to contribute to whatever. So I don't know if that would be a compromise or a good idea.
It's probably too early from my perspective as from the Parks Department's perspective. But a year from now, we might be in a position where we could do a 5-year spending plan, and this is how it looks, and it coincides with the vision plan. So that would make sense. You have a 5-year vision plan, you have a 5-year spending plan, as Supervisor Koenig mentioned. So I'd be happy to try to figure that out. I'm not promising anything, and we have a lot before us right now. So
I think it's better to have the flexibility because we got projects now, both of us. And I think it's better to have the flexibility than waiting 5-year plan or 1 year, 2 years, you know?
Okay, then I will accept the friendly amendment and my motion stands.
Who seconded, by the way?
I think I did.
Okay.
That's fine. I've or acceptable to the second. I've got one other question, as if we haven't talked about this issue enough, but
I thought it would be quick.
Could we, one thing is talking about like decisions we make now that like can't be undone, right? I mean, basically, if we approve adding this new senior administrative analyst, right, and we go out and create the job description and we hire them, it's like, can't really undo that, right? Could we wait until the final budget approval in September? I mean, I understand like everyone's tracking their hours and we could actually have a better sense of what sort of is actually needed.
I would not. I mean, I don't think that would be helpful to the program at this point. We are having to use our existing staff, and they're not able to do their other work because of the amount of time the vision plan and the grant development program is going to take. We need dedicated staff sooner than later. Now, there is a scenario where, as you guys know, is for all the improvements we're trying to make in terms of speed of hire, that we wouldn't have someone until September, but I'm quite certain we need the person now because I'm looking at what's not getting done because of the lift of Measure Q using existing staff. So, I mean, obviously, if y'all don't want us to do that, we will follow your direction, but that would not be my recommendation.
So I just like to add that, you know, I think the cost of, like I said, 2 department heads and 2 senior executive analysts is also going to cost us a lot of money. And I think you, Supervisor Koenig, and I both know, and Supervisor Cummings know how long it takes to hire somebody at Santa Cruz County. And that would be another painful wait.
Okay, let's call the question.
All right. If we can take a roll call vote.
For the clarity of the record, Supervisor Koenig, if you would please restate your original portion of the friendly amendment. Apologies.
My contribution was only that as part of the June 10th item, we have additional detail as far as the total indirect staffing costs and any other information about the total expenditure. Line item detail.
Then a quick one.
Do you need the motion maker's motion as well?
I would never say no to that. That would be fantastic.
Okay.
My motion, it's been amended several times. I'm not even sure what it is at this point. I make a motion to accept staff recommendation and to double each district's allocation from $50,000 to $100,000.
And then there was the reduction of the
consulting, the evaluation consultant from $40,000 to $20,000.
And then Supervisor Koenig's.
And then I just have one point of clarification.
Sure.
In terms of bringing forward a scope of work for the position and also tracking, is that something that needs to be included in the motion, or is that something that's
So I mean, we're happy to develop, to bring forward what the scope of work for a senior analyst would be in this context of Measure Q. That's not a problem. It won't happen by Tuesday.
Oh, that's fine.
And in terms of the tracking of staff hours on this, that's already what we're doing.
And I guess you also said something about tracking the funds receiving and.
Oh, sure. I mean, that's we'll be working with the auditor and within the structure of the new fund for this to track that. I mean, we have to distribute to our named partners. So that's it. That will be very easily done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I thought we'd be done at 3, but it's 3:08, but this is great discussion. So let's take the roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
I'm going to say aye, but I also want to just acknowledge that we're making, for this fiscal year, how we're approaching it today, we are going to be flexible. I'm going to be flexible in the next fiscal year. Aye.
And also we're not voting on any specific allocation now. I mean, ultimately we're going to approve the final expenditure plan of 1.2 million in October.
Continue.
Supervisor Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. And that was the final agenda item. The last day for budget hearings is 1:30 p.m. Tuesday, June 10th. This meeting is now adjourned.
That's going to be a really long day.
Recording stopped.
We added one night.